let's hit the dance floor. Don't work too hard, might break a backbone. Return of the Mac, the king is back though. Corvette and cash, I never lack those. She saw the stone, you know how that go. Fatality, my diamonds that cold. Versace trunks, I hit my backstroke. Knock on the door, she at the back, bro. All I really take is a little taste. Island girl, blue eyes with a little bass. Here for the thrill, I don't need a chaser. Wanna vibe at a getaway. Shimmy, shimmy, yeah, I got the semi-fold weight. Don't step out the line like this a probate. You hit the line and try to locate. This for the time, got time for no day. Whoa. Too many, I'm going. Too crazy, and I got bad ones and they ready. A good time, so now it's into it, we left that. Can't remember anything, but I know we got lit. Good times, live in the moment, feel like summertime. Obsessed with nature, not a world mine. The room is spinning, but I feel fine. Oh my. Chandelier, limousines. Really think I'm seeing things. Read the line in mid-between. Yellow light, I gotta speed up. Get home to a cold shower. Need that pronto. Look like a rave at the condo. Heck of a night in Toronto. She said, boy, you in Morocco. Pearl white mention in the top gold. Fill up my cup with the pop, whoa. High off life in the spot, though. Running out the visa, really talking to a real life Mona Lisa. Jesus pieces hanging off the fleecer. So much going on, it's hard to focus on the features. I got too many, I'm going. Too crazy, and I got bad ones and they ready. A good time, so now it's into it, we left that. Can't remember anything, but I know we got lit. Good times, live in the moment, feel like summertime. Obsessed with nature, not a world mine. The room is spinning, but I feel fine. Oh my, oh my. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They hate when you elevate. You're stacking up losses, I'm handing them out, yeah, I had to go delegate. It feel like I'm floating, I'm lost in the moment, I swear I could levitate. They never believed that I would really fly, I had to go demonstrate. I had to set them straight. They hate when you elevate. Elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate. Elevate, elevate. Yeah. They hate when you elevate. Elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate. Yeah. I had to elevate. I'm way up, way too fly. Yeah, I'm feeling myself. Ain't no chance I'm coming down, no. Got this whole view to myself. Yeah. Why would I give it up? Why do they wanna come take my place? I work too hard for it, don't need a replacement. This my vocation. Now I got rollies all in rotation. Hop on a jet just to take a vacation. Remember the moments was trapped in the basement. Now the hard work is all taking me places. Squatting on bed like we trapped in the matrix. Bet on myself and go ball out in Vegas. Living a life like I'm rich and I'm famous. Don't see the grind that I know that it came with. I ain't make it this far for myself. I had to prove to everybody else. I had to set them straight. I had to boss. I had to renovate. I know they hate when you elevate. You're stacking up losses, I'm handing them out. Yeah, I had to go delegate. It feel like I'm floating, I'm lost in the moment. I swear I could levitate. They never believed that I would really fly. I had to go demonstrate. I had to set them straight. They hate when you elevate. Elevate, elevate. Maybe mom and dad were right when they told me this wouldn't be nothing. Maybe I should take their advice, go get a life, or maybe get a job or something. Pack it up and head back home, tell everybody I was bluffing. Or maybe I'll just get out my head and focus on what I know's coming. Yeah. Cause I can't fall asleep at night without seeing my dreams. Delusionary reality, I'm somewhere in between. These voices in my head get loud and they keep telling me that I'm a fool for trusting in these wings. But maybe, baby, this what flying feels like. 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 Maybe all my exes just drinking themselves crazy tonight. Maybe I should call and say, told you I'd be right. Wondering how long it was before you realized the biggest mistake of your life, and now you're paying the price. Oh, is it confidence or confusion? Either way, I feel like I ain't never losing. Your opinion of mine, you know just what I'm choosing. I gotta do this, cause I can't fall asleep at night without seeing my dreams. Delusionary reality, I'm somewhere in between. These voices in my head get loud and they keep telling me that I'm a fool for trusting in these wings. But maybe, baby, this what flying feels like. 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 Feels like. Maybe, baby, this what flying feels like. Maybe, baby, this what flying feels like. Maybe, baby, this what flying feels like.
Cold like 0 degrees. I'm out the cage, gotta let out the beast. Revolutionary, gotta let out the streets. Locked in a cage, I'ma let out the wake up, get out the.
Welcome contestants to the Finals Masters Series. This video will explain the format for the competitive final scene across the North American and European regions. The Finals Masters Series is an open global ecosystem where the best contestants from around the world can compete to prove they are the best of the best. Contestants from both regions will compete in a global circuit across 2 splits. Contestants will compete in 4 open qualifiers, each split to gain circuit points. Each qualifier will host a best of 3 double elimination bracket. The top 8 teams in a competitive split will qualify for the Finals Masters. The Masters will be a 2-day double elimination bracket where the top contestants will fight for a share of a prize pool and direct qualification into the World Championship. All matches will be best of 3, with the grand final being a best of 5. The final 2 teams in the Masters will earn their ticket to Worlds 2024. Across both splits, the top 8 teams with the most points that have not already qualified will be invited to the World Championship. Following the second Masters, 2 last chance qualifiers will be hosted where teams can fight for a chance to gain their entry into Worlds. The top 2 teams from each qualifier will earn their right to fight for a world title. For the Masters Series, we have brought back our map ban system. Teams will pick and ban between 5 maps. Those maps in rotation are Cis Horizon, Las Vegas, Monaco, Seoul, and Skyway Stadium. Alright contestants, it's time to buckle in. We hope to see you earn your stripes.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Breakout Esports, the Finals Masters Series. My name is Artie. I'm joined here today by Nitera. How you doing, friend?
We are super in today's cast here. We've got quite a show for you. I do believe that we were talking about this, but this is actually the first qualifiers that is being streamed on Breakout Esports. But it's the second one that we're coming down to, so a little bit messy for all of you at home. Just know that you're getting the games, and that's the most important part.
Exactly. The biggest thing as well is that these are open qualifiers. So even the teams that competed last time didn't quite make it through, they've got a chance. Not only that, they got 2 more chances. Just like that opening explainer kind of laid out for everybody, we have 2 more open qualifiers before the very first Masters Series event. But at the end of the day, it is the finals that we're here for, and it is the finals that is going to be played. I'm so excited to see what the teams have for us. And at the very least, comparing to where things were in the state of this game about a month ago to now, things are a lot more stable in the meta.
That is very nice to hear. I mean, things are picking up as well. If it went for the Master Series, I don't believe we would have something going up and about for this entire game, So the finals has something going on for us. We are in the low-key, the final stretch before we get into our finals as well. And so I would like to see if the maps can be up right here, as we do see right now, Skyway Stadium, Monaco, Cis Horizon, Las Vegas. So real quick, what are your favorite maps?
Well, I mean, I'm super happy to see that Skyway Stadium is the most picked because that is my favorite map. I love the play style on it. I love the pacing on it. I think that a lot of people, the only reason they don't like it is because the broken park spawn, and that's pretty much been fixed. So a lot of people are super happy with that map now. Monaco as well, the verticality is pretty much unmatched, as well as having those open sightlines. You see a lot of rooftop fights, which don't end up usually leading to anything, but we do love to see them. Then looking over to see the most banned map being Seoul, this is actually super surprising to me, especially given the fact that Seoul has such popularity for its meta playstyles, the defined rotations that have been figured out for months now since the game is released. Does not surprise me at all to see Las Vegas down there as well. 34 banned, 34 picked. I would expect it to be banned even more.
Right. I mean, actually, one of the other maps that I enjoy is not Monaco, but it's Cis Horizon. I super particularly like the fact that you could run from building to building and just be like in the open. It's such a gamble, especially when you're trying to make like really big plays. But if no one spots you, so much value gained just like that. Now, of course, with Las Vegas, I'm not too sure what's happening there. 34 pick, 34 banned. This is quite an interesting one for me.
Yeah, I mean, hey, with over 100 teams, we were going to see at least a few trends here and there. But that being said, when it comes down to each individual map and how teams play on it, it's always going to come down to the team composition. And now the Masters Series is banning double heavy, which is super important because if you play ranked, you'll notice that oftentimes if you end up in the last round, it's against a double heavy team. And there's a reason for that. It is just too powerful to be dealt with. So we see a more clear format for how the game should be played with just one heavy. And then this is where you can sort of change between either double medium heavy or light medium heavy playstyles.
Right. And one thing to note, of course, if you're trying to break into the loopholes of like the game, no. Just because we don't allow double heavy obviously means you don't allow triple heavy, okay? It has double heavy in it +1. So that's how it works here. But I think, at least for me, we were talking about this in the back already, and I feel like, again, light, medium, heavy is the way to go, not double medium heavy.
I mean, light medium heavy has its place, and so does double medium heavy, especially when you run double heals. Now, that being said, there are a few teams that are experimenting with double medium heavy with 1 medium on the dematerializer, and there has been some limited success in scrims with it. I think that it does need a little bit of that extra oomph, just because the thought process is that medium is playing that light role of being a skirmisher, not taking the fights and using the DMAT for pretty creative purposes. But at the same time, playing light, if you have a player that can deal insane damage with the MP5 and the LH1, can deal insane damage while also allowing your team to use the gateway to get in or out of a fight, glitch grenades to deny utility from the enemy team, light, medium, heavy is still so strong if you have the right players and you have the right practice.
Now, that's not to say a lot of the other weapons would not be picked up, because, let's be fair here, when you play the finals, in comparison to playing it in a queue system versus in a team system, you can definitely feel the difference in communication and what you're trying to aim and do for. So certain weapons definitely not favored among others. However, as we look into today's qualifiers first, let's take a look at that real quick here. We have BREAKOUT at the top here in Mythic Esports, LRC versus No Name, and of course we have a TVD which is waiting for someone to drop down from the top here versus BKB, and of course Sponge Boys will also be sitting down there waiting for their opponents to drop down.
Absolutely. Some pretty good names up here. A lot of solid European talent, to say the least. And the thing is, I haven't seen the day one results yet. I know that they were broadcast, they were out there, but I didn't get a chance to watch them. So I'm curious to see if these teams have developed from the last time I took a look at them, to see exactly if they stuck with their heavy, medium, light playstyle, or if they did double down on a double medium playstyle.
Ooh, you know what? That is a very good point. We don't have that information for both of us here, because while I was watching, I'm going to be honest with you, I might have to leave because I was definitely, my eyes were a little heavy for that one. But as we took a look at the score right now, we now have a good idea of who is winning, who's not winning. BREAKOUT is returning for us today. So I think you kind of understand where that stands, because that means BREAKOUT is our top leading player, being in seat number 1. Of course, we do see a few other names here, but first of all, because we didn't have a stream, congratulations to Yappers for taking out Qualifier 1 as we move into today. I'm excited to see how this is going to pan out.
Absolutely. I mean, not too... It's not surprising, right, to see Frog 3 up there, Divine Dead as well. And hopefully today we can get all of our viewers to understand why we are so hyped to see these teams sitting up at the top. But don't let that get you down for all the folks that you see to the right of your screen as well. They've got multiple chances to make it work out, especially when we get into the next few open qualifiers. People have a stream now where they can look back and see what their opponents are doing. You can VOD review, kind of find where your weaknesses are, where your strengths are, and play to those advantages. That's the best part about having a stream like this.
So Artie, do I count to the right of the screen as well? I mean, it's your right, but I'm just checking.
I'm just looking at the bracket. Hey, listen.
All right. With that being said, though, we have a very good understanding of what we're gonna watch here today. In fact, we already have a lineup for you. So the first one we already have is BREAKOUT, which is our leading team for today versus Mythic Esports. They already have 2 bans out here, with BREAKOUT going to this Horizon for their first ban, Mythic with Skyway Stadium. So all 3 maps are here: Las Vegas, Seoul, and Monaco.
It's kind of funny because this is like the exact opposite of the overall stats we were just looking at, right? Like this Skyway Stadium and Sis Horizon, 2 of the most picked bans, have been banned by Frog 3 and NTHX. So this is kind of funny to see, but hey, Las Vegas has a lot of super cool opportunities for us to figure out these playstyles, especially being limited inside of those really tight corridors. We're going to see a lot of openings for these teams, how they decide to play within their environment, how they decide to use the sandbox. That is what the finals is all about, is taking what's given to you and just making something completely different out of it.
Exactly. I really love how this is going to pan out. I mean, if you were to pick most Battle Royale style FPS shooters, Apex Legends, ability spam here and there. Finals has something a little bit different, where it's just my abilities work, and they work on everything. Like, you know, building there, that's going down. No, it's not staying up. And of course, with the intricate system of how they are able to collect cash, in a sense, it's like a game show. This is going to change out how you're really playing around. Maybe kills are not really your go-to now, and just being a huge menace and a wall to stall off your enemies is another way you can play around how the cash system works in this game. So, with that being said, though, I'm excited to see how this turns out already. Hit me up.
Absolutely. So one of the main things when it comes to our current 3v3 format is that you're running into that common final game showdown that ends up happening. Let me break it down for you this way. When you're in round one and there's 4 teams and there's 2 cash outs, there's a variety of different ways that you can approach the situation. There's a lot of different ways that you can cut up your time, whether it's pushing other team fights, trying to figure out how to time 2 different cash outs so you can get both of them. But when it comes down to 1 team versus 1 team, 1 vault and 2 cash outs to choose from, the way that you have to approach it is always going to be team fight for the vault, team fight to get the vault into the cash out, and then team fight to deny the cash out. Usually, it only ends up being around 3 fights, 4 if the teams are extra proactive. And that is where things can get hard for some teams. You gatekeep the cash out, or you gatekeep the vault from starting into the cash out so that they spawn on the other side of the map. Then you put the cash out in, which only gives them enough time for pretty much 1 or 2 team fights. And we have seen the tables turn a lot on these teams that try to go for that gatekeep play style, but at the same time, it is a measured mechanic for a lot of these players who've put hundreds of hours into this game to kind of know in their blood the timings of when they have to get this kill so that they can go and get the vault started right away.
I think the greatest issue in this game currently is that picks are not going to be the most hot thing you're going to find in such a situation, because teams are just so cluttered, so gathered together. Let's say you run a heavy double medium, like they're standing around, they're going to be walling people off and just trying to be as close as possible to get a free defib, a free heal. So it's going to be hard to get in. So one thing I'm suggesting, again, already, I mean, I talked about this just now, light, medium, heavy. I feel like the light is just so invaluable in situations where you really need someone to engage or initiate a fight here. And so maybe we will see that later on.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is about Vegas is that light is super viable within those tight corridors. And now we are going to jump into the game. And let's go ahead and see exactly what these teams have for us here. Looking at Frog3 and NTHX. Frog3 starting off strong, running out for that very first vault. And let's see that team fight. They are running double medium heavy setup here.
Very nice pickup here. They already have it started, and so they have first player advantage. Basically, they have to wait for an opportunity to happen. But on the other side, though, they've also got one of their own. And like you said, right, it is 1 cash out, right? 2 vaults, 1 cash out. So it's gonna be hard to see how this is gonna pan out. But as we see that they're already tracking it down.
Yeah, and as we kind of get this started off, we can see NTHX, they're going for that more measured approach, right? They're letting Frog get away with the vault. They're not wasting their time on the vault team fight, instead trying to set up as best they can. Now, this is interesting. We see that the Heavy has already used the RPG for an opening rather than for a fight. Now, the RPG still does 140 base damage. If you can hit all 3 players with it, that's going to give you an insane advantage to open up the fight. Frog3 has decided that they don't need it for the fight. They're going to use it just to get the cash out in a little bit faster. NTHX, though, they're going to be saving their RPG for the fight. But I'm curious to see this sort of bait and switch style where they Frog3 started the cash out, but then they're just not playing on it. They're going back up to the roof, and this is that dematerializer play that I love to see, right? Some teams are using double healer, some teams are going demat heals. And the first
fight started, though. I mean, they're going hard and heavy on this one. They're not allowing it to happen as they're push in right now. We do see them jumping over here, grabbing a little bit of few nicks here, almost being very low. Nice shoes coming out here around the corner, and this is it. Push back the shoes, and we're gonna see it happen. Already they've got one down the side. They're gonna push in even more.
Yep, and this is going to be a pretty unfortunate fight for NTHX as Frog3 is going to be able to do a little bit more damage. Look at that. They are going to be able to stick the, they're going to be able to stick in with the actual just weird playstyle, which is throw it in and then run away and pretend like we're fighting it anyway.
I'm really not sure what they're going for here, but for the most part, at least they've got everything set up here. Walled off for the meantime. They're waiting. They have their little fortress set up. I'm really liking this. I mean, if an RPG comes in here, that might be a problem though.
Yeah, I mean, this is, I wouldn't say it's too much of a problem, but at the same time, NTHX, they're not going to have any way to get in without taking this fight, and they did not prioritize the team fight. Like I said, when you get the timing just right, like Frog 3 did, there's only enough time for one team fight. That is going to be $10,000 in the bank for Frog 3, and that is going to be a good start off for this fight.
And that's the problem right now, because when you're in the advantage, you can just play for, you know, stalling them out. You can purposefully grab it, run around the map. I mean, what can they possibly do but to chase you around? If you set up a very nice situation for them to just completely be locked out, hey, that's your game to take.
Yeah, exactly. And now we can sort of see the setup with Frog 3 going in towards this vault. They're trying to set up their escape plan, right? We see the zip already placed. We are also can see Kynes with the jump pad in hand, also going to be used to just get that vault out of there. But the question is, how is NTHX setting up for them? Are they trying to gatekeep at the cash out, or are they going to be trying to chase them? Now, I do believe that we have that ping up. They have figured out where NTHX come from. And here we go, a nice opening from the top with that DMAT.
Oh, we have our first thing in. I do believe it's Gravity Roulette. This is not looking too good.
Yeah, this is going to be a little bit of a fun challenge for our contestants. However, I think that everyone is pretty much accustomed to that low gravity movement. It's really only going to affect NTHX as they try to drop down to the bottom. But I mean, in an interior fight on Las Vegas, the low gravity isn't going to be that bad.
Oh, they see him. They see him. They could try and start engage here, taking a lot of damage from that one. Oh no! First one down.
There we go. The Lewis gun on the heavy just does so much damage, and this output is insane from NTHX. This is finally a good opening for them, but will they be able to capitalize on it? Looks like Vasila stays up just long enough, but it does look like Frog 3 has gone down. NTHX going to be able to take control over this cash out, and maybe it was a little bit of that help from that low gravity, given the fact that the it looks like Frog 3 kind of got stuck on that escalator a little bit.
Just a little bit. I do believe they were throwing out a canister there just to try and see if they can like slow him down, but he just was a little bit too slow, because by the time he threw it down, there was at least one coming in. He knew he made a mistake when he jumped. He could not turn back. That kind of cost it.
Yeah, and when you end up losing those situations, the main thing is that you're losing progress towards that next ready engagement. Here we are with Frog 3 trying to get started now on this fight, but if they don't get started soon, they might not have enough time to finish the team fight. Remember, the double medium has insane sustainability when it comes to having two sets of defibs. There's so much happening on the screen right now, but Emilienne able to get healed up here. Basila as well, going to be able to go back to full HP. They're playing this for the time that they do not have right now. NTHX holding steadfast right now. Lots of damage going through. They are going to lose one medium. The defib will come through. Heavy jumping out around the backside, but once again, no actual progress being made to steal the cash out. This is exactly what NTHX wants. Frog 3 scrambling to see if they can make it work. NTHX on the top with the DMAP, but look at this. Frog has made it in a little bit. No, too much damage going through. NTHX going to be able to wipe the entire team, and that is how you hold a cash out.
That was a beautifully done, executed way to try and retake the situation. They were able to jump over, find some time, and it just kind of hurts them, because at that point, it's just very painful to see that they just flipped just a little bit more and dropped the ball there, especially when you have so much damage raining from the skies. I mean, how could you possibly turn this around when you didn't set up your shield, you didn't set up anything to stop them? Very, very painful retake there, and not even worth it. They didn't get it in the end.
Exactly, and so now it comes to this. It is the last cash out. So, If you are in this situation, Nitera, how do you approach the last cash out?
I mean, Ardia, I'm not really sure how you could possibly approach it, but I think the first thing you could try and do is even the playing field, because there's so much openings for them, right? Maybe try and break down the building with what they have. Same thing with that the RPG, right? Burst down the building, break it down, strip it apart.
And you see, that is where Frog 3 has gone wrong twice now, because the fact that they are not utilizing that RPG for that opening damage, and that is where NTHX finds themselves in a very powerful position. It is a super common strategy in NA, and it looks like that strategy is still being distributed a little bit throughout EU. But let's find out how Frog 3 is planning on finishing this fight here. NTHX set up, I believe, inside the corridors here. Frog 3 has height, but again, in a map like this, height only means so much if you can't use it.
Right now, looking very spicy and dicey here. Damage coming through from the other side. They have the shoes placed up, and they're just waiting for opportunity to go in. Shotgun doesn't find smart. Hardy's looking a little bit dangerous.
Yeah, still holding out to the side, but look at this, the chip damage from NTHX. They're able to get a flank out, and Pluppy gonna be going through. There's that chip damage on that side here. They're unready for this. Now NTHX throws the jump, and so does Frog. There's that opening RPG damage, but look at that, NTHX able to sustain just a little bit. So is Frog. Frog has all three back up. NTHX only one remaining. They're gonna have to go in for that res. It looks like Frog is gonna let him do that. The res will be able to come through as they get the vault into cash out D.
Ooh, looking really good after that fight here. To jump in, giving so much damage from the RPG. So maybe you are right. I was trying to oppose you because I do believe that maybe the RPG into the opening was the strategy here, but I guess I've been proven wrong.
Well, as a former contestant myself, I can no, I'm not Scotty, but I'm just saying it is pretty funny that I've got like the same arc as Scotty, having competed in scrims going into a caster. It is what it is, just the finals, you know. Here's Frog once again going with that same thing of, hey, they start the cash out and then they go all the way around to the outside. But NTHX, they're privy to this. They learned about it the first time, and now Frog 3 is kind of in an Uno reverse card moment.
Oh, there it is. They set it up here. Not even in a good position to try and take this fight as everyone's just scrambling back upwards. They have to find a positioning that really helps them, but already picked up for one here. They have to take a fight right now. They're going out. Dematerializing going in, and now they're in a better position, but still a little bit low.
Absolutely. Frog 3, though, going to be taking some insane damage as NTHX just has full control over the situation. Ploppy, an absolute aim demon here, going to be finding himself in a 1v1 with a heavy, but that heavy has no HP, and that's going to be another wipe for Frog 3. NTHX setting up for a fantastic run here. I don't think that Frog 3 has much of a chance here, given the fact that once they respawn, it'll only be enough time for one team fight. And if they go for that stable setup approach like we've been seeing them do, there's absolutely no way they'll be able to get in there, especially not with all this gas.
Oh my lord, this is not fair. You know, they talk about mustard gas, but I mean, come on, Geneva Convention, more like
Oh my goodness. Here's Frog 3 trying to go for the ape from up top. And as they drop into the gas, looks like they are going to go for the double shield to try and get the steal going, but the NTHX, they know how to deal with this already.
No.
They're already right on top, and it does go down to a 1v1, but NTHX is going to be successful here. That is going to be a W for NTHX Esports. Absolutely insane start here as they rack up the score just enough with those steals. What was Frog 3 thinking with that play of running off the point?
I'm just not too sure what the play was there. It definitely felt like they wanted to reposition for, you know, forcing them to come in and try and do a retake and then surprising them. That at least felt like what they could have tried to me, and already it just didn't fall through with that plan because I think they were just ready for it.
Absolutely. I mean, I can see the idea, right? Of, you know, if they're coming from Apex or coming from another game, it's like, oh, we need height. So they're gonna start the cash out and then take a super long rotate to get height and catch them off guard. But they should have known that NTHX, they're gonna just aggress the point. And so the longer you spend away from the cash out, the more chance that NTHX has to just take it. for free. And I mean, I don't know about you, but I keep a very heavy watch over my $10,000. And it looks like Frog 3, maybe they've got way more money than me. That 10K they just don't care about. But I think they should have cared about this one a little more.
Hey, tell me about it. If I had $10,000 just like that, I would have done the same. But in my bank account, I have 3 digits to my name, and in between one of those digits is a decimal place, just like that.
Oh my god. Well, hey, these teams are going to be at least learning from that last match. So Frog 3, it's an interesting play style, avant-garde if you will. I know that our French speaking contestants are going to look at me and just cringe. But at the same time, that sort of new play style, that avant-garde attempt at trying to get that weird rotation in before the fight, maybe we just take that one out, guys, and play more stable.
Right, I do agree with that. I mean, so far so good. They are stationary, and when they're stationary, they have a good setup, walls ready, they have the clock set up. Everything is fine until you start rotating, and it just feels very awkward because they're just giving up such a strong commanding position, especially when you have all the cash outs usually in a nice little corner tucked away for yourself, where you have entire sites lying down and you can see where they're coming from.
Exactly. And the good thing is that this is a best of 3, and so we have a whole new map waiting for the next one. So I'm really excited. Actually, could we get those maps up again to just jog my memory a little bit about what's coming up next? Because I
do
do
believe
know
Seoul is the last one.
Yeah, Seoul's the last one. I can't quite remember
Monaco,
what is
Monaco.
map 2. Monaco. There we go. Oh no, it is
lies. Seoul. I am sorry.
You
it is
Monaco
on the line. I'm so sorry. I lied to you. I'm sorry. I'll take my leave here in the corner.
Well, hey, Seoul is good, and here's the interesting thing: is that Frog 3 picked Las Vegas and then lost. So maybe it is that strategy they were trying to play. They picked Las Vegas. They wanted to try their new strategy. But NTHX, they just came through. So on this next one with Seoul, maybe because Frog 3 is going to be deciding to play this a little bit more stable, that this is going to be sort of a better performance from them going into the next match.
Right. So with that being said, though, how they can turn this around, I mean, it's a very open area map, and almost like a skyway stadium, so to speak, just minus the ground floor, right? Because ultimately, you're just high up in the air. There is a chance that a lot of random jumps could lead you to your inevitable demise as a contestant yourself. But I think that the really key thing here is trying to find an opening. And same thing as before here, not a lot of verticality in Seoul. And so the main thing is, how are you going to traverse through the inner workings of the building?
Yeah, so with Seoul, there's a lot of different metas that surround each individual cash out. This map in particular has been played so much by so many people in scrims that every single cash out has its own defined playstyle, especially when it comes to the construction variant of Seoul on the top, and when it comes to the cash out that spawns all the way on the other side of Hospital. And there's so many different ways to approach it, and I love that there are different teams that have developed bridge-centric approaches or green-centric approaches regarding how they actually go into that fight on Hospital. But that is yet to be seen for NTHX and Frog 3. I'm very curious if they're going to be avoiding that altogether, or if we're going to see some fun runs with the vault.
So, as we wait for a little bit and we get to the games here, I mean, players are already more or less getting ready for it. But what I can definitely tell you for sure is that this lineup that they're going for is working. So, I don't know. Do you feel like there's any changes that needs to be made here?
For Frog 3, yeah, I mean, the biggest change is
Other
that
than the rotate, right?
Yeah, they got to just not rotate off the point if they have it. Let me figure out, because chat is saying that they are in the game right now, so I'm curious to see what let's see.
What they're doing?
Let's see. Oh, I think that they jumped into a game early, and so they're gonna be restarting here. Interesting. No worries. But at the exact same time, let's go ahead and just keep talking about what we saw in the beginning. So Frog 3,
Right.
right? They're playing with the barricades and the dome at the same time. This leaves a little bit of room for error in that particular play style that they're going for. Because if you're gonna be playing with the barricade, you got to just anchor down. But we
Right.
weren't seeing them anchor down. We were seeing them go for that weird rotate. Instead, what I would like to see from them is swap out the barricade, have C4 at the ready so that at the moment that they start to steal the cash out, you detonate the C4, you drop it down the floor, you get that interrupt. They would have absolutely needed that if they were going for that rotation. Because if they wanted to then back out, leave, get height, do whatever they wanted to, when that steal starts, hit the C4, cool. You have 5 more seconds, right? Which that would have been a game changer.
I really like how you're approaching this. I did not think about it like that. In fact, yes, C4 is probably one of my favorite things to go about. I just didn't really realize. Yeah, that is one way you can go about it, but obviously it is still an object that can be spotted. They could just see the C4 and realize the situation, back away from it. You need to hide it still. But you are right in saying that if it happens, just click the button. It's fine.
Let me tell you this though. If they shoot the C4, it still explodes, still drops the cash out down a floor. And here's this as well. They don't have time to just deal with it when you're rushing to steal a cash out. And that's what I love about C4 is that it is such a presence. And back when there used to be 2 C4 at a time and you had teams set up both of them, or you just set up one, wait for it to recharge, get your second one in, you could theoretically have 2 C4 out and ready to blow up, and then you had 2 in your back pocket waiting. It was so broken, and now it is finally a little bit more balanced. Let's look at the scoreboard. Oh, this is insane.
Yeah. So across the board, holy, are you seeing what I'm seeing? That is 10 kills onto the side of Frog Tree's Basila on the heavy. And that is insane considering how long that match lasted. A total of 14 kills on the side of Frog Tree. Onto the other side, NTHX, we have a total of, I'm counting now, 17 kills. With the top fragger being Nolix with 8 kills. And that is quite the number.
Well, what I gotta say though is look at the difference in how these teams approach the game, right? We saw NTHX, right. They're playing with the dematerializer and the healer, and so that's so Magma was the only healer for NTHX, but they were able to take away the win. This is, in comparison to Frog 3, who had 2 healers. We can see that with the support scores over there. But because of their playstyle, trying to pull themselves away from the that cash out, the thing that ended up happening was that they were leaving so much value on the table in terms of utility. You can anchor the site. You have the barricades, you have the shields, you have 2 healers, which means that theoretically your heavy can't die if you position correctly. So the issue is that the Frog 3, they've got the right formula and they just plugged in the wrong way to execute it.
Now, I want to also run this idea down by you as well, because I mean, at some point we did see a massive ball of fire come through them as they set out a barricade, and I think that was one of the biggest issues when it comes to any walling strategies, is that what if your entire terrain just kind of gets destroyed, or, well, I guess on fire? So that is something that maybe that got to them, and that's why they decided, okay, what if we just move around a lot, and they can't really hurt us, so what if we have barricades, and so on and so forth. Maybe that's part of the reason why they kind of changed strategies there and decided to go this weird rotation strategy. I just don't feel like that was the case, but I will argue as devil's advocate.
Yeah, at the end of the day as well, these teams are going to be able to look at not only their strategies but also their opponents and be able to adapt to them. And so that's what's so important about having it be a best of 3, is now we get to go to a whole new map, and the Frog 3 can apply what they've just learned in their last fight against NTHX and go through with a slightly different change of plans going into this next one. I do believe that we are still waiting on some
still waiting. Yeah.
We're still waiting on some games to happen. I think that there is kind of a bug right now with the custom games. So sorry for that one, folks. But don't worry, we are going to be getting you your finals action very soon. In fact, right after this break. Oh. Never mind. I was misinformed.
Wait, no, wait.
Tara, we're going right into this game.
I thought this was the break screen for a short while. I was like, wait a minute, that don't make sense. So yes, absolutely. Okay, so you have one time I lied to you, you lied to me a second time. I see how it is. I see how it is. We're pulling our punches here, right?
There we go. We're finally getting into it. Let's go ahead and see exactly what the approach is. So, Frog 3, they haven't changed it up too much. It does look like we're still on that double healer. And next time we see this fight, though, it could be pretty bad for either of these teams. Whoever walks away with this vault fight has a significant advantage, given the fact that Cash Out B is on the hospital.
It's really hot heavy right now as they push in. Damage is flying through here, but there's nothing landing its mark right now. In fact, they're just slowly taking chip damage from the fire here, and they're not able to find anything. The Inverter comes out, and now they're just slowly going to chip this away.
Yeah, unfortunately, NTHX did not retain ownership of that first vault. You can see as Ploppy is trying to use that DMAT to get a little bit of a fast angle. Nolly is going to just use the coin to get back in, but here we see Frog 3, they got to it. That is the fabled hospital cash out that we were talking about earlier. Looks like NTHX is going to be able to take the bridge. Frog 3 has not yet destroyed the bridge. This is going to be pretty good for NTHX. They can get a quick rotate. The question is, where will their teammate who has just coined in be coming from?
It's gonna be a weird situation. In fact, it's just a 2v3 situation. They have it on the ball right now, and everything is set up for them. But can you imagine they just drop in for 3, and then suddenly you're losing 1?
Well, also Frog 3 is doing the exact same thing. They're still fighting well away from the point here, and it's not working out for them because they're not able to anchor as easily as they should be able to. Both healers are down. Now the heavy is up and separated way away from the point, and well, looks like NTHX just gonna chow this heavy, get the team wipe, but even if they don't do that, they still have a perfect opportunity to get the steal.
Oh, and here we go, jumping down again. We do see them trying to go for this last one here, and I don't think there's anything else we can say about this. C'est la vie.
Yeah, that's going to be it, and there is more than enough time like that. We do have the seal from NTHX, and again, Frog 3, are they allergic to the cash out? They're like, if the cash out is on the roof, sure, fight from the roof, but in what way does fighting on the roof when you're playing double healer help you out, especially when you're just putting yourself in the most open position? NTHX now going to be setting up here as Frog 3 pads over onto green and tries to fight now from the bottom. Frog 3, this is probably where you should have fought from the beginning. We see NTHX now up on the top of the game, and well, at the same time, there's kind of no indication of how Frog 3 is going to be able to take this fight, because Frog 3, now they're stressed about the steal, not about the team fight.
Oh, turned around, shoes broken, they're trying to take this one right away. It's a little bit dicey here as they have to shoot up. They also have to cash out there, they need to try and do something about it. Turns around to the man, trying to take the here, but it's not enough to anything around. Fire spraying out here, and you said it's in case it's done, and this is it. They've got the first 10,000 in the bag.
Absolutely incredible for NTHX. And Frog 3, I am begging you, the next time that you take that vault, you get the vault in, please just stay on the point. Oh my god. Nitera, we literally were talking about this for the last 10 minutes. If they played on the point, it's going to work out for them. And they still didn't.
I think we need to give them a call, you know, because
I think I need to learn French.
I need to, yeah, you know, you're right. They need to change their name from Frog Tree to maybe like Stationary Turret Tree. They need to actually stay on the point and stop hopping around from place to place. That is kind of the biggest problem we have right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And the number one thing is that, you know, now NTHX, they're just 1 point away from victory, 1 point away from winning the best of 3. You know, if they're able to just get this cash out right here, there will not be a Monaco map for Frog 3 to try and redeem on. The redemption has to happen now. Frog 3 is in charge of the vault, but at the same time, they can tell something is afoot. NTHX coming up the stairs here.
Barricades out, shields out, nicely done. We do see one ping taken out right now, and it's looking too good for them. NTHX position and primed for this fight. One down.
Floppy
Oh,
almost
wait.
able to get through. He demats but can't close the door fast enough. So Frog 3, they're in control, but there is still one member left. It's not a team wipe. And remember, we're on quick cash rule set, which means infinite coins, and those respawn timers are a little bit shorter. So that means that we're going to see NTHX back in the fight a little bit earlier. But hey, Frog 3, they're finally on cash out C. They have a vault. All they have to do is play on the objective. Nitera, all they have to do is not leave this cash out.
J'ai pas de pad.
Look, they're not allergic to cash out. They're allergic to the money in the cash out. You must understand. It's part of their job to deliver it. Doesn't mean they need it. Money is the root of all evil here, and they see it. Now, so what is the other evil they see though? The 3 players on the other side, THX, and they're trying to make a headway against them.
Okay. Ils pourront pas monter.
I mean, all right. At least for this point, it's gonna work out for them because this point is one point that actually does not have anywhere for them to run away from. If they go up, they're still on the point. So I think this is really good for them because now they can finally have the sustain. The question is, how is NTHX gonna make the approach? Remember, they do have the DMAT. All they have to do is go right underneath Frog 3 and DMAT them off their own platform. Also, a well-placed RPG could be the end of this. One barricade might not be enough because remember, the floor can be removed. So
Wait, they might be jumping over.
Frog 3 is losing one. It's traded out immediately. The heavies on both teams are still going to be alive, but look at this. NTHX has 2. They're going to chase. Frog 3 can't stay alive, and they're going to get wiped. NTHX has the steal, and Nitera, there's only enough time for one more team fight. Will Frog 3 get the redemption?
Ouvre son shield.
I want to say yes, but I also feel like they're gonna jump off and then walk around the entire place and then take a fight, and then we have a problem again.
Exactly. It's the same situation over and over again. I feel crazy because of how many times I've had to mention it, but let's see. Frog 3, they have to go in. They have to take the team fight first. If they hesitate for even a moment, it's over right here. Let's go ahead and see how they started. That looks like hesitation, Nitera, and that is what happens when you hesitate. They lose a healer, and they lose their positioning. It's going to be one heavy only that can make it, but there's no time. That looks to be the end of the run for Frog 3, but they will at least be able to go into the bottom bracket. We have no time left for this steal. NTHX has a beautiful 2-0 on their hands for map 2. And, well, if this is a lesson to any of our viewers, play on the point.
I mean, in any objective game, you always want to play on the point, right? So, take a page out of that. Obviously, is the reason for it. NTHX are looking extremely happy after that round here. You can definitely see the players, they're just going like, oh god, finally it's over. And I'm not even sure why they're struggling with that one, but hey, you know what? A game where they're struggling means that your opponents are doing somewhat perfect enough for you to struggle. So, I mean, Artie, you gotta give it to them. Both teams definitely played their hearts on this one.
Absolutely. I mean, you know, we have to remember Frog 3, they had the top frag on that last map. On map 1, they were able to take home the MVP. But when it comes into this map, I don't know how it ended up looking, especially given the utter dominance that was assumed by NTHX. Now, Frog 3, it's important to note, they won both vault fights. So they're good at taking control over the vault, right? They won the very first vault fight, and they always were the first to get the vault into the cash out. It's just holding on to that cash out that Frog 3 needs a little bit of work on. And they're not out of the running yet. They will go down into the lower bracket, and they might have a chance at redemption later today if they're able to get back into that winning streak and then maybe see NTHX again. But NTHX will qualify and are going to be going on to the next round.
Right, so with that being said though, we're gonna have to wait a little bit longer for like our next few games to see set up and ready. The teams need to be prepared, and so we're gonna go into a very, very short break here. Artie, say it with me, it's break time. We're gonna pack up and we're gonna get ready for our popcorn.
They just think they are. Another little wannabe gangster trying to play hard. Ding down, they just think they are. Another little wannabe gangster trying to play hard.
the guys, then dip out the ends. Jump in the ride, then burn out the rims. Don't stop, don't coach, the boy that I'm in. Never done a block, hoodie up for events. Skin get close, could you put on them with the tips on 10? Back in the back, that's on tap, all ready to go and jump in. Ding down, they just think they are. Never little wanna be gangster, trying to play hard. Ding down, they just think they are. Never little wanna be gangster, trying to play hard. Ding down, 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 ding. Diamonds in my teeth, I got a lot of shine. Running up the number, that's a lot of crime. Try to take it from me, must be out your mind. Lot of sun, smoky in the air, that's a lot of pine. Pockets running over with the dollar sign. Try to take it from me, yeah. Big time, big time, big time, big time. I got a lot of shine. Running up the numbers, that's a lot of grind. Try to take it from me, must be out your mind. Oh, I'm big time. Lot of signs. Smoky in the air, that's a lot of pine. Pockets running over with the dollar sign. Try to take it from me, from me, from me, from me. Big time. Number 9. Diamonds in my teeth, I got a lot of shine. Running up the numbers, that's a lot of grind. Try and take it from me, must be out your mind. Oh, I'm big time. Lot of signs. Smoky in the air, that's a lot of pride.
Welcome back, folks. We are finally ready to bring you finals action. Nitera, it's been a fun day so far already, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has been quite a beautiful one indeed. And the only other beautiful thing I see here is you and your beautiful face as we go into this one. I mean, if I had to come back in here looking at that, the only thing contesting that is the finals.
Hey, thank you. I appreciate it. But it is just one of those things where at the very least I got blessed with the RNG skins that were applied to me at birth. But without further ado, the next game that is going to be on the scoreboard is going to be the lower quarterfinal, the redemption arc from Frog 3. However, it is going to be an uphill battle because they're going to be going up against BKO, Blakeu, Kelcam, Oppenheimer, which are the NA, probably would like to say the DEFCON 5 level threat.
Hawaii 5-0, so to speak.
They are a very, very locked in squad. They've competed in every single other finals series that has come through in the esports scene for this game. It is very fledgling, but still very fun to watch. And these guys take the game seriously. They play every single day. I know that Blakeu has a lot, at least 1,000 hours in this game. So do the teammates. And we are looking at a similar ban structure, except this time, instead of going second into Seoul, we're going second into Skyway Stadium. It is going to be Las Vegas, once again picked by Frog 3, and Blakeu, Kelcam, Oppenheimer going to be picking Skyway.
Now, I'm gonna be very honest with you. I mean, just because we see Frog 3 the last round, I'm a bit concerned going to Las Vegas if they're gonna like either have flashbacks, PTSD over what happened in the last game, or will they just continue to do the same strategy? And this time it works, so they are encouraged to do it again. That is my concern. I really hope it doesn't work out, so they actually realize we need to switch the strategy. We need to not run around the map. You know, objectives there.
Exactly. Frog 3 really has got to get a slight grip on it, because if there's anything I know from BKO is that they are the pioneer of that opening jump pad RPG. Now, we did not get to see a lot of that from the last few games, and I believe that's just because, you know, NTHX, they're very calculated with their approach of how they want to use it. They use it a few times, but not every time. BKO,
not every time.
We are going to be seeing that RPG being fired from 30 feet in the air every single time, because the jump pad RPG opener is a staple to North American finals action.
Low-key a rocket jump into a rocket, so to speak. But hey, we'll have to see how this really pans out. I mean, we had the strategy going in. We have seen the compositions. Currently favored to 2 mediums, 1 heavy. The question is how they can turn this around. Now, I want to be crazy and say that we might see a sledgehammer, but the range deficit on that is just not worth it. We're not going to see that happen. Maybe unless they're crazy enough to take a charge in instead of, I don't know, a shield. However, I want to come to the concept that because we're playing on Las Vegas again, you know, while we talk a little bit about how there's a mix in Las Vegas, the verticality mixed into a lot of the storefronts here, rather casinos, we're going to have to see how they want to play around this. So C4 for a switch up here, like you were talking about, might also be the strategy they can go for if they want to, you know, run around the map.
Yeah, so from BKO, it is going to be always the C4, the RPG, and the Dome Shield. You'll see that every single time in North America heavies. That being said, they're going to be going up against Frog 3, which we saw using barricades. Slightly different setup when it comes to how they approach their team fights, but I think that it's going to be a lot more stable. Another thing as well is that we did not see the heavy shotgun in that last fight. NTHX and Frog 3 both opted for the Lewis gun.
Ooh.
But BKO might go somewhere differently. That being said, Las Vegas is definitely a map where both are extremely viable. So there is a chance that we will get another set of double Lewis guns. But I'm really excited to see BKO. I don't even know how they ended up in these lower, lower brackets. But at the same time, if there's anyone that doesn't want to be here, it's BKO.
I guess that is true. BKO definitely has a strong standing as per what you're saying right now. And it's kind of weird how they just dropped themselves there. Just maybe a luck of the draw here on the seeding. But then again, strong team being put into the lower brackets here. No problem for them. They've got themselves quite the journey, though, moving up to them. They have to fight NTHX at some point. Question's just where. But right now, first match for them. Frog 3 first, right? They have to deal with that.
Yeah, excited to see what Frog 3 is going to be able to pull out. And, again, it just comes to that thing. Again, say it with me, chat. Defend your cash outs.
Look, if you're allergic to money, you may send it to me. I think we can set up some payment strategy. I'm not sure if we're allowed to do that, but dear me, you know, we can do something with PayPal.
It's one of those things where I love that chat is immediately trying to go away. Leave your cash out. Let your cash out go away. All right, let's see. We're going to be on Frog 3 BKO. We're starting now, Ryan. All the weight is gone. And let's go ahead and see. We have the same setup here. It is going to be double medium heavy for Frog 3. If we could tab over to BKO, love to see what they are running because there is a chance we get a light. Although... Yep, there it is. Kelcam is running the light.
Wow, so far.
So the LH1 for that extremely far chip damage.
That's insane how much they were able to hit them all the way here. Look, their shots are not always hitting, but when they do, ooh la la, the damage on that, just kind of chipping them off so hard. Now I'm surprised they didn't go for the rocket launcher breaking the floor, you know, so low-key D-mat here. But hey, at least they got the ball for themselves.
Exactly. So honestly, BKO, there's a good chance that they have been lying in wait for this fight and that they kind of know what Frog 3 is going to pull. So this is one of those things, right? They're playing heavily around the APS. And this is what prevented NTHX from doing a lot with the RPG. Because obviously, when you've got the APS turret, RPG's not going to connect to that trophy system gameplay. So we're going to be watching now as F3 tries to get into cash out A. What does BKO have waiting for them?
Well, I'll tell you what BKO is waiting for them. A very nice and beautiful rifle standing in the line here, and a few nades for them right now, as we do see them actually making contact for a very brief moment right now. The vault is there, and they want to go for cash out B, but I think they already know that, and it's kind of hard for them to try and approach there. Oh, information given out from that really noisy glass break, but at this point, it's just kind of weird how they can really pop out.
Yeah, this is gonna be a pretty common thing that you see in Las Vegas, where you're kind of scared to exit because you know you're gonna get jumped on. And what's gonna end up happening here is that once Frog actually gets into the cash out, if they stay on, they've got a good chance. But if they try to leave and play for that weird play style, where are you going? Where are you going? Don't leave!
Where are you going? Hey guys!
This is not bad. They're just playing from the other room.
Oh,
That's
wait,
fine.
hold on. Okay.
This is viable.
So they're walking away again, and I'm a little bit...
No, don't leave!
Guys!
Come back!
They're taking the point! Go back in!
It's a free steal! It's a free steal!
No, it's all part of the plan. They want to gather them in real quick before they do it, but looks like they're kind of falling short of that one.
Oh no, Frog 3! Frog 3, what are you doing? Stay alive! And Frog 3 is wiped immediately. Oh.
Command Center to Frog 3, where are you at? Objective is being left alone. Command Center to Frog 3, repeat, where are you at?
This is Mission Control coming in. Frog 3, please get back on the point.
If I had a nickel for every single time Frog 3 has plugged a vault into a cash out and left, I would probably have an entire cash out worth of nickels.
You know, I wouldn't mind that. If I could cash out a bunch of nickels like that, that'd be absolutely fine. Right now, they have to play against them, and they have a disadvantage. They gave the cash out away, right? So this is gonna be a high-packed action moment. They have to really turn this around. They are above this catch out, but how are they gonna turn this around?
It's one team fight. That's all they have to do is win one team fight. Now the issue is they're stressed about the steal. You can see they're just looking at the cash out, not looking for the players. And here they are, the opening RPG damage. The APS isn't going to do much here when they're already down. One healer will be traded, but there we go. 1-to-1 trade, and that is going to be a solid attempt here. It's just Kelcam here, but is he going to be able to block? Is there enough time to block? Kelcam, he did do enough, but he did. He stunned the steal at the right time, and there was no time to steal. That's BKO with the first cash out.
BKO being absolutely helped out by Frog 3 here as the sixth member of the team. Very nicely done, honestly. But jokes aside here, Frog 3 did not have to give that up if they had just stayed on point.
And this is what I love about Light, is that you have the opportunity to go for that stun. You have the ability, and yeah, I mean, this is the thing, right? Frog 3, I get it. They're an aggressive team. They want to play for that retake while still owning the cash out. But when you're playing against a team like BKO, you can't do that. This probably works in your ranked games, but in scrims and in a match, no. So we do see, like, I love this, right? I love the stability. They can pull that stability on the point and they'll be fine.
Right, and of course, while we are seeing all that here, they are going to see if they can turn this around. The vault is basically theirs for taking here, but the question is whether they can do the same thing onto the cash out, which is stick to the point.
Exactly. Stick to the point indeed. I have just been given word that unfortunately Kelcam's stream is not running the same 30-second delay. So whenever we jump to BKO's POV, we are looking into the future. So I think that we'll be sticking on Frog 3's POV for the time being. But when it comes down to it, look at this. Frog 3, even with their heavy sustain, they're still just getting caught out. It's like they don't really understand the positioning, and this is their map pick. They're just immediately run down by the opponents, and I just love to see the fact that no matter where Frog 3 sets up, BREAKOUT, Kelcam, Oppenheimer have the ability to just jump in and take advantage of the situation.
Right now, the situation is definitely looking very bleak for side of Frog 3 here. They are in the back foot and on the lower bracket here. They cannot afford to keep giving up these cash outs. I mean, if you're gonna do that after you get the cash out. You know, don't donate it to a firm or something. You know, that's all fine and good. Right now, your main objective here: hold on to the cash out for dear life. You know what? It's a Mr. Beast video. Put your hand on the cash out, and the last person who takes it off wins the money. Do that.
At this point, that would be a better strategy than what they're pulling out now. And you know, there might be Frog 3 enjoyers that are saying, no, it's 40 chess. Let them play, let them cook. But at the same time, we've been letting them cook, and I'm still hungry.
And right now, look at that. They've gone in hard and heavy here. They have everything set up for this. Cash outs here. They have the C4 like we saw.
And this is going to be a strong opening at the very least from Frog 3. I'm loving to see the fact that they're actually making a little bit of an impact, but they still haven't made any progress in the team fight. So they're starting to steal, but this is just falling into their hands here. Look at the RPG. RPG not going to do a lot of damage in the open. Kelcam will go out here, so we're now into a 3-on-2 situation, and there goes MXKX. This is going to be a very unfortunate fall for BKO, as we are now going to be seeing the fact that Frog 3 finally finds himself in an opening with a soft reset.
Look at where they're going. They got jump pad out.
No!
We're gonna see them actually lose the cash out once again. And stay with me. They're not gonna defend a cash out.
Wait, hold on. They have it. Wait, this is good. They're close. They have the APS. They have the sustain. This is good. This is what you like to see. The thumbs up. I take it.
Hold on. Okay, they're still saying. This is fine. Okay, you know, they were cooking again.
And there we go. Kelcam is going to go out. Oh, no. This is so unfortunate.
And then we're going to have a quick commercial break into turning over here. As we do see the side of BKO turning around to see if they can take this one. A little bit of delay, unfortunately, but hey.
Yeah, so it did end up going to Frog 3, as we could see, which is good, right? So they figured out, hey, if we play closer to the objective, it'll work. And so now, you know, they do end up running away with one here. And BKO, they are going to now have to adjust their approach a little bit differently. Oh, no, I think there was... Oh, there was a crash.
Ah, I see what happened.
I think that's why.
Really unfortunate.
That's super unfortunate to see. It's yeah, the custom lobby servers have been having this issue for quite a while.
And that's so unfortunate because we finally saw them stop cooking. We were gonna buy takeout finally, and they actually stayed onto the cash out.
Yeah, I mean, you know, going into this sort of setup here, I think that they're going to be waiting. I think that MXKX has like kind of got the word like, hey, there's a crash, wait for them to come back. But seeing as they just started the cash out, I think that could mean one of two things. Either somebody died or they're just ready to go and everyone's back in. So We'll see how this cash out ends up playing out. We can see the play style, right? This is okay. You're a light player. Light players are supposed to be holding from this angle. They open up with the glitch nades, and this is good. Opening chip damage is going to work at least to stress out Frog 3 a little bit, while MXKX and Oppenheimer get ready to press into the cash out. You see the stun about to come out from Kelcam as soon as he can delete the shield. Stun is going to come through on the point. There it is. And the heavy is going to get insta-deleted. Now the mediums are going to try to come in and res the situation, but unfortunately nothing can be resed if you're backed into a corner with a shotgun that's not connecting bullets.
That is it.
He just kissed the fire barrel.
There's absolutely nothing you can do here. You know what? Go out in a blaze of glory, but you know, not that literally. As we do see here, cash out is going to the side of none other than BKO. Situation again looking very grim for the side of Rock 3 here. I'm not too sure what they can turn or what they can do to turn this around.
I mean, I just loved that we just see him like face first into the fire barrel to shoot it, to just end his life before the enemies can. All right, so we see the barricade coming up. We see the glitch nades from Kelcam. Both are going to connect here. The steal is going to get canceled. He has the stun gun in hand to cancel the next steal as well. And it looks like the stun gun's going to miss, but his bullets are not. That's one, that's two, and a third going down by the C4 is going to be another team wipe here for BKO, and that is going to allow BKO to get that $20,000, that magical number. So that is going to be map 1 over here, my friend.
Yeah, that's a true jump scare, so to speak, here coming in from Blur. But I gotta say, I mean, this time a little bit better on the side of Frog 3 here. They had an idea of what they're going for, and finally, Frog 3 really stood their ground there, which, I mean, we all love to see here. Kudos to you guys, but need to do that a little bit more. You guys had it in the bag here against BKO, but we're gonna see if they can turn this around.
Absolutely, and I think that they will be able to, right? Like, they got a cash out there, right? They're learning. They have the ability to, you know, figure out what's going wrong and fix it. So this is good. They have fixed something, right? And so that means that map 2, we could see some good stuff. That being said, map 2 happens to be BKO's pick, and well, BKO are in a much better position to utilize their jumping RPG strat, the rocket jump as you like to call it, on Skyway Stadium. Skyway has so many openings for that rocket jump technique to get that insane opening damage, and I'm curious to see how Frog 3 is going to react.
You know, now that you say rocket jump, it doesn't really look like that. It's more like jump rocket, right? And even that's wrong. So
yeah, jump pad RPG, pad rocket, you know, pad
rocket sounds better. Yeah, no, pad rocket.
Rocket
jump, you know, just saying. But yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So when it comes to Skyway, right, especially now that we know that BKO is going to be putting Kelcam on that light play style, there are a few places that they might need to worry about because, for example, construction site on Skyway Stadium could hurt a little bit if you're a light player. There are a lot more angles to get caught out from, and especially with those tight concrete rooms in the underbelly of the construction site, it could be difficult to find an opening.
Right. So, I mean, all that is well and good here, and I think one biggest thing now is if you're going to go Skyway Stadium, what's the strategy here, right? I mean, are we going to take up any of those cranes, you know, the little floating skyscrapers that's literally in the sky, or are we going to just hunker down a building? I mean, these are like the things you need to go through, and for me personally, I think I've played this map a fair bit of times compared to the others, and it's gotta be the cranes for me, you know, it's gotta be the cranes.
I mean, up, down, left, right variant of Skyway Stadium is my favorite variant of any single map. So I would love to see that if we're able to get that variant picked for Skyway. The other thing as well on Skyway Stadium is that, well, if Frog 3 just can't help themselves but to escape from the cash out that they're holding, there's a lot of places for them to do that. But at the same time, if we go to the house that you can see right at the middle of that map preview right there, if they go on that house cash out, then there are less places for them to run away to, which means I think they could be more successful. But if it does end up going to the hospital, which is the very back of that map preview that you're looking at, Well, that hospital has a lot of places where Frog 3 might just succumb to the same sort of errors that we're used to seeing from them.
We'll have to see how this turns out, RD, because right now, the one thing that they have going for them is that in Skyway at least, lots of places where you don't really have a lot of room to run around, especially if you take the higher ground, like the literal floating ground. Then, of course, there's a chance here that they could win purely because they are left with the only option to stay put. I mean, like, you don't want to drop off from your cash out, right? But what if they do jump on a cash out? And that's kind of the scary thing for me right now. If they do, then I'd be speechless. I don't know if I can cast anymore. So, Artie, just know that if I stop talking, there's a reason why.
I mean, the thing is, you can't be scared of the cash out. And Frog 3, they have the anchor ability, right? When they put out those barricades, they put down the APS, and they have their healers ready to just support the heavy to do what he does best, then I'm so confident in them because it did give BKO a little bit of it gave them a little bit of a stressful situation to deal with when it came down to those team fights. But it only worked once. We have to see them put themselves into the right situation to make it work again.
Well, we'll have to see whether they will get the right situation because, I mean, things has not been lining up for them. Let's be fair here. So if we go back into it later on, we'll figure out how they're gonna turn this around here. But Frog 3 has only one more chance to make this work here as they're down to match point here, which on the side, not looking too good for them. I mean, like if they really want to hold this position down, then you gotta hold on to that cash out. So hopefully
They have to not run away from it. They have to not run away from it. It's been 3 maps now against 2 different teams. Frog 3, don't run away from it. We've learned this.
You might even say this is like a Bible for the finals, right? Like, don't leave the checkpoint. Don't leave your cash out. Stay on it. Like that's what you need to do. Why are you running away?
It's just so funny. Every time we see Frog 3 just running in, it's like, yay, they're sticking on. They're only 1 room away. This is perfect. And then just where are you going? No, please come back. Oh my gosh. And yeah, I mean, in this case, it's a little bit different than we're used to, right? Because it's Frog 3 that leaves and it's BKO that takes the kids. It is what it is, but at the same time, we are getting everybody into the lobby ready to go for the next one.
Every day when I look at Frog 3 and how they just leave the cash out, I feel like we stray further away from God. just a little bit for each time.
Every step that Frog 3 takes away from their own cash out is a step that I take towards the edge of my balcony. The match is going to be starting right now, Nitera, so we don't have to wait too much longer. I'm super excited to see what BKO has cooking for us on their map pick of Skyway Stadium.
I'm a little bit excited too because I mean, if they were to choose to hunker down into any of the buildings here, the dematerializer can come in here. C4 not super effective given how high or each floor is. It's not gonna really do too much damage or really disruption here. But then again, we might be able to see a few tricks up their sleeve here. I mean, building destruction is a thing. Demolition works can be a part of the strategy now onto this map.
Yeah, I mean, 1 floor is all you need to get that delay, and we did see that happen at least once in the last game on Vegas, but on this map, especially if they are going to be in the office building, if they're going to be in hospital, just having the C4 for the ability to drop and then, kind of give that little bit of breathing room, right? And that's the biggest thing. It all comes down to timing. In the finals, a 5-second difference could mean the entire world, the entire game. And that is what BKO's setup has going for them because they can use the C4 to drop it down another floor, which buys them an extra 5 seconds. They have Kelcam's stun gun, which can stop the steal, which gives them another 5 seconds, which allows them to just continue to have more time. So now suddenly the 180 seconds that you had to steal the cash out before, now you suddenly have a lot less. You have 10 seconds less, and that is just in one segment. Not to mention the team wipe, I have to mention going through. It's going to be a fantastic fight to see here once BKO shows us what they've got cooking.
All right. With that being said, though, they have their lineups ready. Head pats, hand claps. Let's run it down.
Absolutely, and we do see once again the gateway, the stun gun, the glitch grenades, tried and true for the lights, and Kelcam on that LH1. First gateway going to be going out here. Let's see where that second portal ends up leading us. We are going to be watching as Frog 3 now already on the vault, and hey, we know that they could do the vaults, but let's see how BKO tries to get to this vault fight here. We're seeing MXKX's view now as the healer. They're going to be getting ready to pad over, and we get the first elimination on the board already. That's going to be one trade through, but that gas is going to be doing a lot. That's going to be a full team wipe off the bat for BKO.
Okay, and here you go. Resurrect is coming in here. They've got the revive. Now they got to turn this around for themselves here, as we do see BKO position themselves so well here. Their posture to really just turn around if need be, or force a fight if they have to. As we do see Cash A checkout finally being touched by the hands of none other than BKO. How will Frog 3 respond?
I mean, the thing is that once it gets into the cash out, we're just gonna have to see what Frog 3's approach is, because once BKO get actually baked into the objective, which they are right now, they're sort of already onto this house. They're supporting themselves from every possible direction. Look at this; they have every angle covered, so they won't get caught off guard.
They're jumping now.
Right now, they're waiting for opportunity here.
Meetings are jumping first.
Finding the mark, they know where they are right now. Information has been gathered, and they're just waiting for a chance to go in and take this one out. With their cash out looking a little bit lower each time, look, they have to start responding like right now.
Yeah, and once they actually, figure out how to approach the objective, maybe they'll have a chance. But for now, I don't think that was the correct way to start the fight.
Ooh, here we go. They finally got back together, and now they just start to push this one down. They have to be able to be confident enough to say that, okay, this is my time to push in. Whatever happens, whatever happens. And it just feels very awkward for them to just try and make this work here. Nades are thrown out. They're not going to find their mark here entirely. They're just going to try to slow down a little bit with smoke. But that's all they need.
Look at that. Kelcam has the perfect positioning and angles to just do some insane damage. Frog 3 can't even get close to the point. You can kind of tell that the way that Oppenheimer, Kelcam, and MXKX are playing on this, they are just so ready for this map that this isn't even a challenge for them. Kynes hiding in a corner, luckily able to survive. Thank God recon senses aren't in the game anymore, but as the team comes back in, they're not going to have time for this team fight, let alone the fight and the steal.
Ooh, here we go. Turn this around. Finally getting the revive here. We might be able to see them turn this one back at it again here already. And taking one from Basila here. Frog 3 is now down one player. Second one down. There it is. The assist on the next one here. Last player standing here. Already, I think they might be going down for the count here. And this cash out is going to the favor on side of BKO.
It was written from the beginning. The moment that F3 couldn't even make that first approach, and they were just doomed from then, they had a good chance on that second one, but you could tell their team cohesion isn't on the same level as BKO. And, hey, Frog 3, they did get the second cash out on the last one. Vault 2 did end up going into their hands, so maybe we could see at least a little bit of a comeback here, where they just have to adapt to the situation, but let's go ahead and see what happens on this point right now, because if Frog 3 loses this team fight, things could get very sticky.
Ooh, I'm not really sure if I like this, but it's going to be rough. Checks around, they do not find their marker there. Pretty sure it's just dummy, but all things considered, they are just kind of waiting around right now, which is not a good thing. I mean, F3, you are in the back foot now. You have to make a proactive play.
Well, this is pretty proactive because they're holding out for B, and they're in a quick area to be able to take the pad over to Chal C if it does end up going over there. That being said, C is on the other side of the map in the market district, and it is going to be a little bit difficult for them to actually make it all the way across before the vault makes a considerable distance. In fact, we can see the fight happening right now in the apartments, and it is going to be already going in favor of BKO, although one trade does come through for Frog 3 as they are able to take take out the light. Now let's see how Frog 3
Ooh.
capitalizes on this, because of the fact that they did get a res off. It is now a 3-on-2 situation. Looks like MXKX and Oppenheimer are actually going to go down as well. This is a good showing from Frog 3. They actually caught them off guard.
Ooh, and right now the situation again back into their favor here. However, we don't see any votes being cashed out right now, so they have a little bit of time to work around that. And I really like how they might be able to turn this around. So long as they stay on the point, that is the one thing they can possibly do here. But maybe Frog 3 want to change strategy. Maybe they want to just secure the cash out here and hope that, you know, by the time the vote comes their way, it's theirs.
Yeah, exactly. It's really going to just depend on how, how Frog 3 hold the point. This is what I was talking about last time, right? They did get cash out 2 in the last map, but it was only because of kind of a fluke in how BKO ended up approaching the situation. This time around, they're going to be a bit more dialed in. And let's see, does Frog 3 stay on the point or not?
Oh my.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, they are staying on the point, and it's in the elevator.
Ooh, this is perfect. There's only one way for them to enter, unless they want to force, like, I don't know, an RPG into the side here to create a hole, but that's a little bit weird.
You can't create a hole in the elevator. It is the only indestructible option, or the only indestructible object in the game. That being said, look at this. The APS going to be blocking RPG and the barricade. They are able to actually fully separate themselves from the glitch grenade. They have an impenetrable fortress right here. This is looking so good for Frog 3. A BKO, they also have an option with a... I'm so sorry. They have an option by just dropping down. I was expecting a gateway play here, but no. Oppenheimer just full sending it inside of the elevator, and MXKX doing what he can. I got so caught off guard by that, but I think the BKO really needs to use the gateway here.
Yeah.
Ooh, and here we go though. Even you see all that, it's not going to change anything until they get themselves onto the board right now, which is looking bigger each time.
One glitch grenade goes in. It's not going to do any damage to them because it has to be placed out of the way of the APS. They're gonna be full sending it right now, and there we go. They pull the crosshairs towards the heavy, which allows the light and the medium to get in the back lines. It's gonna be a full team wipe here for BKO. F3 with just a little bit of HP stays alive, and they're gonna stay in control. It's Frog 3 that holds out in the elevator because they were finally forced to play on the point.
Ooh, not looking too good right now, huh?
Oh, wow.
Turn this around, it's gonna be a real hard rush, real hard.
Well, that's it for this point. This cash out is going to be Frog 3's.
Bro, I hate elevator. That shit is so bad.
Ooh, and now they can turn this around here. Well, I'm hearing a lot of comms right now, and I'm not too sure what is going on about this.
Yeah, so the main thing that's happening right now is that BKO is figuring out if they just let Frog 3 take control of the vault, or if they are a bit more proactive on this one. And it looks like they are going to try to be a little bit more proactive. Now, Ryan, I want to get your opinion. Did you think the Frog 3 won that just because it's the elevator? Or do you think they could have pulled that strat out anywhere else?
Truly, I say to you, does my elevator have 3 walls and a hole in the middle? Yes, it has, and that's the only reason they won. I'm going to be very honest with you. I do not possibly think that they could have done that if it were a open area. If they had 2 walls and like 2 openings, I think that would have been sealed the deal.
You think that might have been a little bit too much for them to deal with?
There might have been too little or too many openings for them. You know, 1 is good enough for me. There's a reason why it's Frog 3, right? Frog 3 walls around them. But that is how it is. So as we turn around, to see
we're
that
on
Oppenheimer's in a bit of a weird situation.
offline. He's in a little bit of an offline situation. There we go. Back to Frog 3. Let's go ahead and see. I do believe they meant to switch over to MXKX or Kelcam's POVs. But as we are looking at Kinds, we see exactly how they're setting up for this push. It does look like BKO is going to be ultimately in control of the vault, and I believe they're taking it over towards the office building.
Can they see him? Oh, they do.
Yeah, I believe that Frog 3 is in a good spot here. If they take the pad over initially, they can get this height, because that is going to allow BKO to, at the very least, be in a disadvantage for pushing Cash Out D. They could always just turn tail and push Cash Out A instead.
Right, and so now in the situation that we're at, doesn't look like they can really do anything. They're just trying to find their marks here, jump around and see if they get anything here or behind in such a weird situation, but hey, that's all good here. They have the ball in their hands here. The cash out is very nearby. As we see
Ooh.
that. Ooh, wait, we had that this whole time?
Wait.
Hey, bring that back,
no,
bring that back.
Bring that back. That was so cool. Okay, wait, I think they're still cooking on it, but it does look a little bit. Wait, who's in nighttime? Okay. Anyway, so as we can see from this, though, the fight is not going the way that that Frog 3 really anticipated it, because BKO, even though it was Frog 3 who led the initial approach, BKO ends up with control of the cash out. They're going to be able to get the cash out already started up in the apartments here in the market district. And as we get ready to see what their setup is going to look like, it is going to be a more separated approach here, not all falling together, because the fact they know exactly what Frog 3 is going to try when they approach.
Now, one thing's for sure though, BKO on the first half of this fight, and first half of this match, they have the advantage here, having taken out the first strikeout. But now that's even, and they are starting the next one here. They have a lot more riding on there to make this work, and Frog 3 has to make a move right now. They have only one chance to do this if they want to do it, and maybe potentially a second round of fights here, but it's gonna be a rough one.
Frog 3 does have a good chance here, but as we can see right there, one player going down is going to be enough to make this whole plan crumble. Although, look at that, that is going to be one player going down on both teams, so we're in a 2v2 situation, but with that gateway making things a little bit awkward, it is going to be BKO that walks away with the victory. That gateway just so disruptive, where you can just insert players everywhere that you need them. This was such a great approach from BKO. Frog 3 really has almost nothing that they can do to counteract that. There's no way that you could be looking everywhere at once, and now I believe there's only enough time for one final team fight. Frog 3 has to win this fight within 5 seconds of them getting here if they want a chance to steal.
I don't know if 5 seconds is more than enough time for them, but hey, they're already primed and ready to go, and they're already being taken out just like that. I don't know if they can win the fight with 2 players here, and potentially 1 player now. So this is gonna be a rough one. 1 player left, the heavy goes down, tries to find some cover and see if you can take them for a surprise here, but I don't think there is any way they can make this game go for it. Frog 3 is going to have to say goodbye to the cash out.
Absolutely, that's going to be the end of the game here for Frog 3. That is 2 knockouts in a row. Very unfortunate, but at the same time, a really good showing for BKO. And honestly, on that last map, we didn't even get a chance to see Frog 3 running away from the cash out, because at the very least, the cash out they won, they stood on it, and they actually held right on top of it. In map 1 on Vegas, the cash out that they got, they stood on it, and they held it. And every other cash out they didn't get, well, this time around, it was because, you know, either they gave it up for free, or because BREAKOUT, Oppenheimer, Kelcam squad are just too good. MXKX standing in for BREAKOUT. It is still a fantastic squad, and we can see that HML gameplay showing through on both of these maps today.
So what did we learn today, Artie? Just you and me?
Let's see. I got in my notes right here.
Right. Please take it out.
Play on the cash out.
Ah, yes. Play on the cash out. Frog 3, y'all heard that, right? I mean, as you come back for next week's qualifiers, I mean, I don't want to see what y'all did here today. I want to see something new. I want to see something fresh. You guys had the bots here on standby. I think they're really lucky, actually, to be honest. They have 2 games back to back and also have it on bots. So, you know, that's our feedback to them. And I think the only other thing we could change from there is, change out the lineup. Barricades, real good strategy for sure, but I think just so outweighed by the fact that there's so much environmental, damage that could be going around you. So barricades don't feel that good right now.
It does seem like they're a bit afraid to play with the sandbox, but in any case, we are going to have some amazing gameplay coming for you right after this break.
Cold like 0 degrees. I'm out the cage, gotta let out the beast. Revolutionary, gotta let out the streets. Locked in the cage, I'ma let out the hood out the hood out the. Wake up, get out the sheets. We came for one man, forget that piece. You take the west side, take out the east. I'ma put them in the cage, never let out the. I hear them chat to the noise, move too quick, can't stop for the talking. I hear them chat with
the boys, man so tough, but man's keep rocking. Just too sharp with the prize, right girls, let it tell me I'm awesome, yeah. Hot like fire on the pine, if you wanna touch me, please use caution. I hear him chat with the boys, man so tough, but man's keep rocking. Just too sharp with the prize, white girls let it tell me I'm awesome, yeah. Hot like fire on the pine, if you wanna touch me, please use
Stop that.
to the sky. Yeah, we here now, we were chosen. All the pain brought us to this moment. Watch everything we work for fall in line. We gon' give it our all until the end, until the end of time. We ain't going nowhere. We'll be standing right here until the end of time. Till the end of time. We ain't going nowhere. We'll be standing right here until the end of time. Till the end of time. Until the end of time. Till the end of time. Until the end of time. Till the end of time. We ain't going nowhere. We'll be standing right here until the end of time. Until the end of time. We ain't going nowhere. We'll be standing right here until the end of time. Till the end of time. Until the end of time. Till the end of time. Until the end of time. Till the end of time.
Hello, everybody. Nitera, what is this?
I was just stricken with grief. Like, I'd open my third eye and I started crying. We lost Frog Tree.
We
They
did
just
lose
needed to
Frog
stay
Tree.
on the point. That's all they needed, and I feel so bad. We're gonna see them go.
Oh
Oh
my
God.
goodness. Well, hey, Night Terror, it's time to open up your third eye once again because we have some more finals action coming up after this. We are back and we are ready for some more gameplay. But before we get into
That's
that,
right.
I'd love to give a special shout out to the Matcherino crowdfund page. Yeah, if you type exclamation mark donate, if you type exclamation mark donate, it'll take you to the Matcherino page where you can ever so generously donate towards the prize pool and complete quests that can add money on behalf of sponsors. It's a super cool integration, and it is extremely important for fueling the finals esports scene. Also, a big shout out to our main sponsor, One Shot Energy, where you can get 10% off using discount code BREAKOUT. Exclamation point One Shot will get you a link for their site where you can check out all of their cool products. My favorite being their soothing yuzu voice drops, which was extra helpful for today's broadcast.
And surprisingly, we are actually gonna get sent that. Unfortunately, it's not here with us today, but when we get it, we'll do a short review. Don't worry about it. But Artie, I just need to mention, you kind of forgot to mention something really important.
What is that? What did I forget?
Now, here's the thing, because you're not the only one who's gonna get the Yuzu cough drops. Oh, well, not even cough drops, right? Like, it just drops from our throat in general. And that's that. First and second place for today's tournament, today's qualifiers, is gonna get a care package. And not just that, first and second place is one thing. We also have our one-shot MVP who will all receive a care package on behalf of One Shot. And so they will have those drops. They have a little bit of extra stuff as well to work with that. So hope you have that in mind. So play out your best here. The one-shot MVP as well. I mean, still in line here. We don't know who our one-shot MVP is yet. It could be anyone.
It could be. It could be you. It could be you, Nightera. It could be me.
Artie.
What if I'm the one-shot MVP? Well, unfortunately, you know, Frog 3, they're not going to be able to get their care package this time, but we will for sure be seeing them in the next open qualifiers that are going to be taking place in the coming weeks. Remember, there's still 2 more chances before our first Masters Series playoff. That being said, I think we've got some fun action coming up. If we could take a look at our scoreboard bracket, we could find, not even that, a map pick and ban. We're seeing NTHX back again, baby.
I mean, NTHX is definitely one of the favorites to win coming into this right now, having taken out Frog 3, moving to LRC. We're going to see how this goes out, but we are going to see Las Vegas finally being kicked out of this map pool and Skyway Stadium to boot as well. Since Horizon finally making an appearance, which is, like I said, one of my favorite maps to say the least. Monaco returning in for a second pick here. And so with the last one, as I've decided, if it ever comes down to it, how are we feeling?
I feel like this is actually a game where we have a good chance of seeing that map 3. And I love the fact that we're seeing Sis Horizon. It also is one of my favorite maps as well. Hot take, I think it is the most beautiful map that's ever been dropped in gaming history. I will die on that hill. It is such a unique map, not only with its layout, but also the art style and direction that they chose to go with. Especially, I'm not sure if you've played on it a lot, but the way that it integrates with that sandbox gameplay of the finals is just so satisfying. There's lots and lots of different ways to approach the fights, especially on that southern part of the map on campus where there's that giant Japanese Zen garden, and there's cash outs that can spawn either on the roof of the campus, on the inside of the first floor of the campus, or all the way over in that Zen garden. But without any further ado, let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket. We saw BKO approaching the lower bracket finals once again. They are going to be close into that next fight after the No Name and Sponge Boys finish up their fight, which I'm pretty sure is happening on the B stream. And right now, we are going to be taking a look at NTHX Esports and LRC. Once again, like you said,
Yeah, so with the return of NTHX, we're going to see quite an interesting lineup going into this. I feel like you're a little concerned at what's happening, so maybe I'll take this off real quick.
How are you able to see?
I opened my third eye, so whenever I put this on, I can actually see through what's happening. So I know what you're doing. Don't try.
You're right.
Put up your fingers.
Okay, I have my fingers up.
You don't have any. I asked you to put up your fingers.
Yeah, I do. I got one. Okay, I'm sorry. Anyway,
I saw that. I saw that.
but I'm so excited to see because now NTHX, right? We couldn't really get a grasp on their we couldn't really get a grasp on how they were approaching their fights because of the interesting developed play style that Frog 3 had tried with
Right.
not playing the objective. So this time NTHX, they're going to be up against a team that has storied their way through these qualifiers to be in the top, and I'm very excited for them to show off kind of what they have in store for NTHX because we can finally see them up against a team that might be anchoring the site.
When now, if that being said, though, how are they going to adapt their strategies across the? I mean, the one thing I said just now was that one thing I appreciate about finals is environment. The environment is just so vast and so like cluttered with so many things you can do here. Be it NO2 canister or mustard gas. Genevieve mentions doesn't work here, whatever. But in the main frame here, it's kind of just how you want to approach the situation, especially if we're going to our first match this Horizon. Walls are a bit thin there, so I'm kind of excited to see whether they want to play around with the giant baskets they have over each floor versus if they want to just hunker down onto the roofs here, where it's a little bit more vertical as well. Not too high, but still offering a little bit more than usual.
Exactly. And we do know that NTHX, they like to run the double medium heavy with that one medium being utilized for the dematerializer, which allows for so much insane sandbox gameplay, especially on Cis Horizon.
Now, hear me out here. What if we just have 3 lights? All with cloaking, all with swords.
I would love to see you go for that one-shot MVP. I would love to see you do that when you're competing in the next ones, because I know that you are signed up to compete in Open Qualifier 3. So the main argument against Cloak Sword is that the dash is kind of broken. So if you're playing Sword on Light, you're going to be playing dash. Although I can guarantee you we will not be seeing a Sword Light today. Although stranger things have happened. We have seen sword lights in scrims. I just don't think we're going to see it today.
Well, I have heard my producer scream for my name, and I don't know if that's actually something that actually happened or that's in passing. But hey, stranger things surely have happened today, as we are going to wait for our games here. So Artie, hold on to me here as we wait for our games to happen. But I think we've got something going for us here today. And we are going to be bouncing straight to in-game in just a bit here. There we go, game starting here. And again, NTHX with one of their beautiful players on floppy here, waiting to get started here.
Oh, wait, this is... Wait. Oh, okay, never mind. I've completely forgot that they're in French, and so it does say L. So it is going to be a double medium heavy on both teams. And as we get ready to figure out what the approach is going to be, I'm curious to see how LRC is choosing to enter this fight, whether they're going for that double medium for that extra sustain, or if they're going double medium to pull out a single dematerializer the same way the NTHX is.
Go top.
Oh, already here we have this beautiful triple screen to understand where they're pathing, how they're moving about, and it is already going straight down into the cache. Sorry, the vault here. The vault is going to be on standby here, be able to jump in and go across. They're not finding their marks here. They have no idea where they go. Is this a Frog Tree situation?
Well, it's on a vault, right? Vault opening is totally fine to do that for.
Yeah,
not a cash out. So I'm fine with this approach for now. But let's see. It looks like they are going to be able to walk away with it. But is it going to be for free? They're now approaching. Looks like they are going to be approaching cash out A. But will they be able to make it there unscathed?
Oh, they already see it. I think they're just camping out at the cash out as well. They're able to catch him out in the middle here. They have dome shoot down. Around the corner here, the RPG coming in for massive damage here, 140 damage just like that with the mines as well.
He ended his own life with his own RPG, so this is going to be a good W for LRC here as they're able to clean up one more. That's going to be a 3-on-1 situation, and not only that, but LRC, they're fully in control of the cash out station. And THX, though, they're getting that soft revive here. They don't have to worry about the team wipe. Instead, they can just get those free coins back in. 5 more seconds until they get their last medium in sight. But let's go ahead and see what the approach is. Looking like Carbon and Ploppy are waiting for Noli to get into position.
I really like how they're disciplined here, just waiting for the entire team. They know they don't have a lot of time, but still decide to wait it out. But from the corner here, we do see as they enter in, there's definitely someone waiting for them, camping on the corner and just stairs just before. But right now, just moving back out, understanding the situation. As now we see cash out ticking down to the halfway mark here. There are not a lot of time left.
Yeah, here in the art gallery, there's not a lot of movement potential, but look at that. Ploppy makes his own movement potential with the dematerializer. Gonna be moving over to the side here. Will they find the correct approach? No, Ploppy unfortunately falling a little bit too far. That's gonna be a time sink that will end up hurting them here. But once again, the long open corridors of the art gallery will allow for LRC to get a read on how NTHX is gonna be approaching this team fight. And with all the goo and barriers they have set around, this is going to be an easy anchor for LRC as NTHX struggles to find their way in.
Well, with that being said, though, I think it's very safely assured to the side here, because I don't think NTHX has a way to really turn this around. They're going to try their best here, and as they approach the heavy, that's it. Next one going down now, and of course, LRC is going to secure themselves at $10,000, basically.
Yep, that is going to be first cash out going towards LRC. NTHX Esports, well, you know, they are going to have to adjust their approach. This is a slightly different team than they're used to encountering, given the fact that their entire last game was riddled with interesting plays.
Pretty rough if I do say so myself, because right now, I mean, ATHX was definitely, you know, favorite to win, but now NTHX is just kind of stuck in this weird position where they're like, okay, do we want to go for it first? Do we want to wait for it? We're going to lock everything up. But what did they take it from us? And now that's the question they have to answer themselves. How are we going to do the retake situation if they give it up? It's not about whether they lose it. It's about whether they can retake it, more importantly, because they're so strong at that.
Exactly. Now they're moving back again towards that sort of defensive gatekeepy playstyle where they know LRC has control of the vault. Now they just have to try to get in between them and the next cash out. Looks like LRC is trying to bait them one way or the other. I can't tell exactly which, but at this point in time, the vault is moving towards cash out C, and this is going to be pretty easy for them to hold as they make their way into workspace.
And now with the into workspace though, they have quite a little bit of a connection here, connecting to one right now. RPG not making a mark here, but Dome Shoe is going down. They're able to take another one for the side here, and this is going to be their time to shine.
This is what we needed to see from NTHX. We need to see a little bit more of that aggression, but unfortunately for NTHX, we didn't get it at the right moment. We already got it. We got it once LRC was already in a good position to be able to play off of their team, play off of the information that's coming to them. If NTHX was just a little bit faster with that as LRC was entering the building and a little bit more split up, I think that would have been more successful.
You can even hear them screaming out there, you know, it was not their time to go down. And right now, it looks like they're going for this gas situation here. Everything's set up and ready to go. If they want to try for it, there's that. A lot of office equipment being shown here. I'm not too sure if that's going to change anything here, but it also gives them a little bit more space to move around and work around it. So
yeah, they're turning the workspace into a play space, but here comes NTHX with the D-Mat, trying to go reverse ice fishing here from the bottom, see if they can find any entry. They almost got one member of LRC to drop down, but NTHX, they have a little bit of extra time here. There's still about half of the timer remaining on that cash out, so they can take their time. They get an easy pick, and now they're going to pad up inside of the D-matted building. Looks like that res is going to come through, though. This could make things a little bit difficult, especially as that heavy starts to do a little bit more damage. NTHX so close to being able to make it work, but just so far away at the same time. LRC looks so stable here.
Nicely done though, as they're using the gases to hurt them a little bit more, and now they have everything in control from themselves. NTHX just not in a very good position right now as LRC is able to clean this one up for themselves.
I think that might even be it. There is enough time for one more team fight, but unless they get the pyro grenade and the RPG placement exactly right, they are not going to have enough time. Dematerialize the vent to open it up for the heavy to run through. Let's see how NTHX is going to be able to make this approach. They're looking for an entry, but are they going to be taking too much time in doing so? Floppy looking for the entry fight. He gets one opening, but unfortunately for him, that opening is going to be running away very, very quickly.
Nicely done.
Pyro cancels the gas. Here we go. One kill, but is there enough time for the steal? RPG cancels the steal and drops it down, and there's no time for the steal. That's going to be an LRC victory for map 1.
That was very painful to say the least, though the C4 really sealing the deal down there, buying them just a little bit more time to defend, and that gives them a very good start to this best of 3. LRC moving up with 1 point here. We have one more game going for them if you want to make this work, but again, NTHX, if they win 2 in a row now, we've got something going. We got something going, Artie.
Exactly. That was a really good attempt from NTHX, but I think that NTHX, they're just a little bit asleep from that last game, right? They're not used to people playing on the point right now. And so the whole thing that they've got to do, right, is just take that L and sort of let it sort of figure out in their head, okay, how do we make our approach? And I think that approach is just they realize that they've left too much on the table at any given time. While the medium was trying to go ice fishing and dematerialize the floor underneath, the other medium and heavy could have been working to at least make some progress on the other side of things. They had made that team fight just a little bit different. I mean, look at the difference. It was 15 HP and 50 HP. It was so close to being in their favor.
100%, definitely very close to their favor. But what's done is done, and basically they have kind of just have to wait this out for the next round to see if they can turn this around. Because I mean, not a team that you really go against often, especially since we see Frog Street before, but it's more of a team that you kind of just realize that, hey, they have quite a similar strategy, and just trying to play around them. They're a lot more coordinated in terms of the strategy. How can we personally break it up? I mentioned just now that one of the strengths that NTHX have was retaking, right? And I do believe in that still very much. If they are able to, play around it a little bit more, buy some time before they do a stronger retake, I mean, by all means, this is their game to win.
Exactly. This is definitely a winnable situation. Every team fight that we saw NTHX get themselves into was only lost by a small margin, by a small correctable margin. But let's not just keep talking about NTHX. Let's talk about LRC, because they were stable. They were playing as a team and locked in on that teamwork component.
Right. So, I mean, I think the one thing that LRC definitely had was knowing when to engage, who to engage, which is always an important thing, right? In any game, you want to know who you're gonna focus down. And I guess their main strategy is really simple. If you see a medium come in, that's my first target. Clear him out. If you see a heavy come in, you're not gonna spray everything and make anything work. It's not gonna happen when you have two mediums to really back you up. And that's another thing that I want to say LRC does really well, which is they know how to group up well. Because when the heavy is almost down, you see come out one entire package of healing just for you. We talk about the self-care package, or one shot, right? That's the self-care package for the entire team of LRC.
Exactly. That's what they need. That is what is going to make it worth it today. But not only that, the Masters series with the cash prizes later down the line. The match is started, so let's go ahead and see map 2 if NTHX can stay in this upper bracket while we get going. I just want to see a little bit more aggression and a little bit more cohesion, especially when you've got that only one healer. But now look at this, NTHX. So this is LRC. They got the double heals, right? And NTHX, if they're running one heal, one DMAT, like we can see, that is a difference in sustainability. The double medium with heals keeps your heavy alive for infinitely longer.
And this is kind of what we're trying to say, right? Because they group up so much with the team that it makes more sense to just run something more supportive in nature when you have such a strong tank waiting around. But right now, it looks like number 1 is open here. We're going to see who gets to it first and set up for a very strong push into the cash out.
And it's going to be a solid movement by NTHX. We can also see in the bottom right that we do have a view of LRC and what they've got cooking up for us. But as we approach the vault, mediums in front, it's neither here nor there at this point in the approach, but they got to make sure that the mediums are staying far enough behind their heavy. And again, the lack of C4 means that while they're on the point, they have to be a lot more active in their defense. But we've seen this from NTHX before, APS and the barricade to keep them set up here. And LRC is going to be opening the vault, but this is exactly what NTHX wants at this point.
So they have to kind of just wait for a situation here to turn this around. They have the vault on standby here. They're going to pick everything and run back out. One thing I would say though is that actually this is such a great situation for them, because compared to NTHX, right now they have the chance to sit down there, wait, and prepare themselves for their arrival. So I mean, if anything, I really feel LRC is an advantage here.
I mean, yeah, when you have the ability to control where the vault is going, you know, you get to set the pace of your own fight. But at the same time, NTHX, they're trying to get ahead of that and get in between it, which looks like they might be able to right now if LRC is inside of the cathedral, which they are. Looks like the pad is not going to be used. Instead, they're going to jump straight through the windows. But LRC's just now getting the cash out plugged in. NTHX from the rooftops with that dematerializer, going to see if they can make this work. LRC playing from underneath the point. They haven't dropped it just yet. The APS is going to make it hard, but there we go. The cash out's dropped, and this is perfect for LRC in a pretty bad situation to be in if you're NTHX. They lose one, they're going to lose two, and there's the third. Almost out here. Will they get a res? Yes, they did manage to get a res, but unfortunately they were immediately cast out here. No! The defib kill!
That is
the
insane.
defib kill! The disrespect!
You hate to see it. You hate to see it.
He killed him with a defibrillator!
I don't want to talk about it. I'll be honest with you. I really don't want to. That little bit of shock here just to try and clean this up. Yeah, hate to see it.
Oh my god, you can tell in the silence when we cut back over to NTHX's comms to see exactly how they felt about that one. But this is going to be their entry right now. They do have a chance. Cash out can't be dropped any further. It's on the ground floor. Let's see how they make the entry. It is going to be Carbon Magma taking the first bits of damage. Noli unable to barricade in time before the damage is output. Do see Noli trying to get back in. He does use the RPG for a quick opener. That's one member of LRC down, but it's traded out immediately as NTHX finds themselves once again in a 2v2. The res has not come off, but at the same time, Noli unable to stick the shots. We have 3 members of LRC up at this moment in time, and that's going to be a team wipe for NTHX. But no, they sustain. They're able to get up at least a little bit here, but did they have time to finish the fight and get the steal? No, as Ploppy goes down, we're back with just one heavy player remaining. Looks like this cash out is going to be a miss for NTHX.
Unfortunate, this is kind of how it turns out, because I mean they really had a great situation going for them here, as NTHX had this kind of everything going for them, and right now it might be looking up. It might be looking up. Oh, wow, how did I miss everything? Is this just them spraying for fun?
He's shooting his teammate, bro.
Yeah,
I
he's
think
shooting
it might
his
be
teammate.
3 a.m. for you.
Yeah, it is 3 a.m. But I was like wondering, wait, he's shooting his teammate. It's like, oh wait, no, that doesn't make sense. Okay, but all things said and done right now, they're in a great position to just kind of push themselves up for the next vault here. And right now, they've chosen to just kind of sit on the roofs here, get information to see where they at. And there is a cash out B onto the left here. So they have something going for them. And I kind of feel like that's the next best place to go. Just run straight for B.
Yeah, LRC looks so coordinated here. They are locked in. They've definitely been taking their one-shot energy, you could say. But as Vault 2 gets ready to make its way over to Cash Out B, there's a decided lack of NTHX on the way. It's going to allow LRC to actually get a free pad over. You actually can see Nason Error 404 waiting to get the information that they're crossing the street. And there they are. As the street gets crossed, they're pushing in towards this area. Looks like LRC is baking themselves into this back staircase.
Right now, they're just in a great position here. They have the dome shoot up both sides as well. They broke the first one here. Jump pad up again, maybe try to fight from the air. That's something they can't do. They can't angle 2 angles at one go by slowly chipping it out. First one down for the count. Shu is down as well here as NTHX slowly losing their players one at a time. 2 players left into the ball here to get defib, turning us around. Another pickup here, and now they might be able to take this steal back.
That's a team wipe.
Nicely
that is a team wipe for LRC, and NTHX finally gets a cash out to their name here in the Royal Plaza area of Monaco. You love to see it when a team is able to kind of come back here, and at the same time, they are now going to get into their classic stability when they pull out those barricades and the APS and try to get a little bit of preparation going before LRC makes their way back in. Now, we are going to be watching the Model 1887 from Ploppy, a slightly different approach to that usual medium gameplay, especially because there's nothing to demat here on this point. So let's go ahead and see how they decide to play it. The bubbles will go down for both heavies, and there we go. Pyro Grenade going to be a little bit of aerial denial. Let's see how Ploppy decides to push this, but a lot of damage going through. They need that healer for the sustainability. Big damage from Ploppy. Will it be able to be followed up? Or will it be healed out by LRC?
I think it might be just be healed out here. They're just such a weird position. Maybe everyone pushing in here. They do take one for the trade here, and right now, not looking too good. They have 2 players on the side who can actually hold this down. They get the revive, and now the situation is looking much better on one side, but NTHX still has a hill to climb out here after this 10k. They have 1 more to work with.
Exactly. They got 1 more to work with, but it was super good to see. Even though Ploppy, maybe that 1887 isn't connecting the way he wanted it to, his team was able to come back up. When you are using 1887, it makes the other team have to really focus on that one player. So they're equally trying to divide resources between the extreme damage output of that shotgun, but also the heavy that is not only tanking your damage, but also getting it healed right back up. And so NTHX, they're able to really utilize this in their advantage to figure out how to draw the crosshairs where they need them. But look at this, a mine, an RPG, and a quick sprint through, and their team is wiped before they can get access to this vault.
And tell me about it. What can they turn to right now, other than the fact that they don't have the resources to turn this around, right? Basically, the mine, RPG, just very stuck. What they could possibly try and do right now, though, is instead of setting up, maybe, and I know this is gonna hurt you, but take a page out of Frog Tree. Spread out a little bit more, take a few hikes before you come back for the cash out.
Well, when it comes to the forest section of Monaco, I agree, because the forest in this area, there are so few places that you can actually go through. We can see Nason Air 404 going with the absolutely insane supply line movement here to get as many barrels on this hill house as possible. But they are setting up for a pretty good defense. And look at this. This is how you use the sandbox. You get up there with the goo, get yourself into a good position. Now anchoring down with the APS and the barricades.
But here we go. This is how we're gonna turn this around. First thing, engagement starts here. They're very low now. They've lost themselves. They're disconnecting from the team. The dome shield finally popped off here, but they lose 1 on the side here. Last 1 player remaining. LRC is looking very low. But look, 2 players, 3 players on the side. NTHX searching for the last one. The One Piece.
Yeah, this is now in a 2-on-1 situation, but given the fact that LRC is able to get the reses off, are they going to be able to sustain for much longer? It all comes down to this. This is the final cash out, and it is an insane fight with massive sustainability from both teams. NTHX still staying in the running here, although Ploppy is going to be fighting with his model 1887 here to at least do a little bit more damage, but LRC, they're still in the running. Ploppy is going to go down in the fight. That's going to leave 2 players remaining, a little bit less sustainability as they now lose access to 1 more defib, but NTHX, they stay up, they stay in the running. LRC, they're getting the site taken from them. LRC is not even team wiped yet, but they have to let the cash out go. Will they be able to recover from this? The question is, where is the respawn coming from, and will there be enough time for the team fight?
I don't think there is. It's counting down very close right now. It's a bit too tight for my liking.
Oh,
I think this is gonna be
the worst spawn. This is definitely it. This is a map 3 moment right now.
Well, unfortunate for them here. It might be a map 3 moment like they're saying, but hey, if there's a will, there's a way. There's still a little bit of time. They can definitely attempt this, but I don't think there's any point to it, as we do see timers up. NTHX. Whew, they're bringing this one back for sure.
Absolutely, and that is going to be a good running from NTHX. NTHX noticed that, hey, it's going to be, we lost the first one. Are we going to lose 2? They said no thanks.
I really did not think how they could possibly turn this around. Yeah,
like no thanks, like
NT really.
It's no thanks. I think, hey,
I don't make the rules. I don't make the team name. I mean, they have something going for them, definitely, and now that they've proven it, it's just kind of whether they can stick to it. So, I mean, strategies across the board, I don't think we need to tell them. That's the reason why we're here and they're there. So, let's leave it as that. But I think one thing I want to see change up, especially if they're going into the last match, which I believe is Seoul.
Yeah,
it's Seoul, right? It's Seoul, right?
I believe so. So we're gonna take another look at this again. It is Seoul.
We got it.
And we saw NTHX performing on a little bit underwhelmingly on Cis Horizon. We saw them come back on Monaco. Now it's time for them to stay back on Seoul. NTHX, there's tons of support for them in the chat here. They are going to have to do even better this time around, because given LRC's playstyle with that double healer, if they find themselves caught out on that Seoul hospital rooftop, this could be detrimental for NTHX.
Well, with that being said, though, I mean, strategy is pretty much the same here. I mean, Seoul is a rooftop runner. We're gonna see whether they want to break out maybe the tunnels that lead across here. That might be one way they can turn this around, but if not, I think we've got pretty good. So if we're gonna see whether we can get the match started ASAP, I mean, otherwise, Artie, how are you feeling with the game so far? I mean, it's gotta be quite tense here.
I mean, this is good. It's the first map 3 of the day. That means that there's some actually really tight competition. I mean, we saw it there. It went right down to the wire at that final cash out station. And so now going into Seoul, again, there's a few key moments that we got to focus on. Is NTHX working on their adaptations? I would say yes, because they were able to come back on that map too. And we saw them approach their fights a little differently. The most important thing, though, is to not let that vault control go unnoticed on Seoul, because that vault, if it goes to a cash out station that you're not ready for, it could be over.
Ooh, I'm really hoping to see whether they can turn this one around. I'm just trying to rack my head right now on what they can possibly do to make this work, because I want both teams to really make it out.
I mean, you know, you got to find where the strengths are on both team compositions. Obviously, when it comes to LRC, double heals all the way. But when it comes to NTHX, we're still using the DMAT. They are believers in the DMAT, and I am a DMAT believer myself. So what they got to do is play for the DMAT the best way you can. You make your own angles that the enemies are not ready for.
And I am a firm believer of Cloak Sword.
We're not seeing a sword, Nightera.
Let's go.
It's not happening.
Let's go, les gars.
Whatever, you know, NTHX versus LRC. You know what? Fine. We're not seeing a sword.
Maybe in the future, but for now, we are
Maybe.
going to be seeing the first vault being set all the way over on the sidelines towards that hospital spawn. Now, this is on the close side of hospital and not the far side for the spawn, but once again, it is going to be far enough away that whoever takes the control of it will have an option to bring it over to the fabled cash out B.
Very early onto the engagement right there. Now, of course, we do see them coming down from the top down, jumping off. It's not looking too heavy right now. I mean, nothing too dicey. They're just waiting for opportunity. Don't have any more information from that. Looks like they really want to just wait it out and turn this around.
So NTHX, they're set up at the very top so they can try to get information, and they can see LRC, at least 2 of the members are over on the construction site. But this is not a good look for LRC because NTHX has full control of the vault right now. They're going to be able to take it all the way over to the hospital. Now, the number one thing is we saw NTHX before leaving the bridge up and not destroying it. But wait, they're not going for B. Instead, they're pushing LRC on the construction site. They're choosing to fight on cash out A here, which means that they've got a plan. Floppy going to be utilizing the dematerializer to create an opening here, but it's going to be LRC who starts off very, very strong on this team fight by getting those jump pads to get a unique angle, but it's shut down immediately by NTHX.
Turning around here, they do pick up another one from the side here, and that means there's 2 down. I do believe the last one was taken down as well, which means if they stay on pseudo white, they have to actually go back here, reset. They have time for at least one more fight minimum if they play it slow.
Exactly. And that's going to be the thing for NTHX now is once they get this reset, they're stable, right? NTHX knows how to play these things, and I'm very, very happy to see them actually running into A with such confidence. LRC, they're going to be quick on this respawn with this central location, immediately trying to get that damage output going, but they need to put their heavy in front. Their heavy is going to be in front, but unfortunately somewhat separated from the healers. They are going to be able to fix that really quickly, and as they start this next fight, this is going to be one of their last chances.
Ooh, I'm not too sure if it is going to be it right now. They don't want to give away this chance. Game score is 1 round to 1 round match point, anyone's game at this point.
Il est tout seul.
Goose being set down here, and of course they're gonna try and defend this cash out as best they can.
Le gros il est tout seul en haut.
But right now, aggressive play coming from NTH.
Ils sont que deux, ils sont que deux.
Damage and so they get turned this around. But
Oh,
free hit here,
both
cleans up for
mediums.
2. And this might be a chance for them.
Unfortunate, both mediums go out right there, and this is just such tight gameplay from LRC. You can see that there was once again value left on the table. NTHX was unable to find an opportunity to use that RPG to get that opening damage, whereas LRC, they opened the fight with that jump pad RPG. You open the fight with that insane amount of damage output, and so now NTHX, they're finding themselves in a little bit of a sticky situation.
Ooh, right now it's not looking too good for them. I mean, they are definitely down 10,000 here, but it's not over just yet. They only have the vault being slowly unlocked here, which I think is a saving grace, right? Because I mean, if it was a different situation where it was a cash out, it's almost sticking out, you'd be a little bit more hard pressed.
Yeah, you would be, right? But at the same time, LRC, you can hear it in their comms. They're laughing, they're vibing, they're together. And that's the kind of safety that having that double healer setup allows for. Whereas NTHX, they're locked in right now. They need to play perfectly because with only one healer, if you're not just letting your heavy do all of the damage possible, and as, you know, playing with the DMAT, if you're not opening up the sightlines for your teammates or opening up skirmishing angles, it's leaving up value. So we're going to be watching now as the vault gets taken all the way back towards Petronel Plaza, and let's see where Vault 2 ends up trying to go. One flanker on the side of LRC coming up behind NTHX, but as Vault 2 ends up right at the bottom of Petronel Plaza, we can see what LRC is up to. They're trying to skirmish to take this fight first before even approaching the cash out. They want as much time as possible to set up.
A few nicks here and there is just not going to get them any such as just really force in here, but right now waiting for opportunity to make it happen. But we have Meteor Stars active as well.
Non, il est super low, gros, il est super low. Ils sont deux vitrines, trois vitrines. Temporiser, j'ai le temps de coin 15 secondes. Il faut pouvoir le mettre.
They're just kind of waiting for this. I like how
We're just waiting for the opening.
We let it simmer for a bit, and we're just kind of watching how this panned out.
Exactly. This is one of those situations where we can kind of see the approach, and you know, LRC, they figured out, hey, they're giving us time to do this. Let's go ahead and go for that hospital approach. So now they have all the time in the world, and this is putting NTHX in such a bad spot because now they have to find their way over. And instead of being able to approach from green, they are actually going for the bridge approach. Bridge hasn't been taken out yet. This is, once again, kind of an oversight by LRC to not dedicate a player to destroying the bridge. And NTHX, they're going to see that weakness. They're going to jump at it. Here we are with the approach up the elevator. Once the lift reaches its destination, we see them all pop out of the elevator shaft, trying to get a quick pick on one before finishing the approach. He's down to half HP, and that's enough for them. They are going to start this now, but will they be able to get the jump pad RPG just right? They need to, because this is already enough time to where LRC has time. Look at this, they blocked in the doorway. The DMAT's going to come through. There's the jump pad, but the RPG from LRC connects to them first. NTHX, good opening damage RPG, good damage output from the Lewis gun, but this is a team fight that they need to win, and they already lost both mediums. This is so difficult, and that's going to be a team wipe here. LRC has the chance to take it all now. It is all up to just the next team fight, if they even have time.
Ooh, and right now they have two low cannons splitting. They just want to try and like blow out the bridge here as best they can. And I'm not too sure where this is going to bring them towards because they have the entire team with them and they're trying to slow them down, but we don't exactly know where they're spawning right now. And as you see that this is going to kind of hurt them a little bit more. And we're in such a weird position because NTHX now primed and ready at the top of this crane here. They have the opportunity to do what basically everyone wants to do.
They have just enough time. Just enough time. They're gonna hit this slide jump pad here. It's a zip line instead. They choose the zip line. Could get broken. LRC lets him come over. They don't even try to break, but no, the missed jump pad. That's going to be all she's saying.
No.
That is the end of the game here, and that's going to be unfortunate for NTHX to get knocked out 2-0 in round 3. Went all the way up to map 3, but on map 3, not a single cash out.
Very painful indeed as we take a look across the board here. How they could have done differently. I mean, it just don't feel like they could have done anything more than that. Because honestly, they played out to their outs as best they can. And now, I guess, here we are. Just shy away from the gold medal, essentially.
Exactly. So close, but at the same time, a super fantastic run this weekend. And again, they will have multiple chances, but this puts LRC on our radar now. But honestly, NTHX, they did a fantastic job, and they showed us that, hey, they are able to play cohesively, play as a team. All they need to do, though, is line up their strategies just a little bit more. A little bit of VOD review, little bit of stratification, and I think that we can see NTHX on the rise up for the next one. But for now, let's talk about LRC. Oh my goodness, they were stable.
Stable indeed. I mean, across the entire game, I mean, there was an entire break that we had where we just let them simmer, let them cook, let them do their thing, where NTHX was trying to turn around, and we could see that LRC was definitely ready to respond to them. I mean, there's kind of a few moments in the finals where, you know, it's for brevity's sake, we just keep quiet, let it happen. And happen it did, right? LRC was able to respond so cunningly and beautifully against, you know, THX.
Yeah, LRC started super strong, especially on that map 1. And then when it came into map 2, things looked a little bit scarier. We are getting word now that we're going to be jumping in to the final map for the lower semis. So let's go ahead and look in. This match has been going on for a while now. BKO versus No Name. So we're seeing MXKX, Oppenheimer, and Kelcam. It is 1-1. The first map being taken by No Name, second map being taken by BKO. BKO looking to keep that same energy from map 2 here as they start the cash out.
Well, hopefully they can really hold this one out, because BKO definitely had a strong showing prior to this. We just saw them, and now at least with a 1-1 situation, I mean, against No Name, it's gonna be rough. But I mean, we've seen how they can do. Maybe they have a chance to turn this around.
Exactly. It's looking good, but check this out as No Name gets ready to dive into the cash out here. They are making their approach kind of solidly together, but at the same time, they're taking their time. They're wrapping all the way around the outside. They're making sure that once they're ready to get in, it's exactly where they want it to be.
And now with that being said, though, they have the vault on standby here on to be cash out is in halfway already. They have to turn this around. DMAC coming in, they choose to instead go for the jump pad here, and they're able to find for 1. Information given out for his team here, as you do see RPG shredding the amount of HP he has there.
Yeah, that's that BKO jump pad RPG I was talking about, and even with the double healers, No Name struggling to stay alive. Oppenheimer, though, about to go down before MXKX comes in with the heals just in time. Gonna have to switch off those heals to do damage now. He is gonna be able to shred 1, but it's now down to a 2-player situation on the side of No Name. They have to get the reset in. This is going to allow BKO a chance to seal, but they also have to get the reses off first. They drop the point, and they're going to be holding it in. No Name might not have a good chance to come back here.
Ooh, and here we go. You're right to say that they might not have a chance to take a comeback here, but what if I told you they just decided to, you know, maybe force them to like make a mistake here? But the time is running out very quickly here. First 10,000 is going to go up
the
here.
steal happened.
Around, and the steal happened, like you said. Of course, how could you possibly have seen? No Name was able to just try to continue fighting here, and it just hurt them so bad. Look at that, burning it out right now.
Yeah, it was a good strategy from BKO, right, to use the gas canister to try to buy a little bit of extra time while they end up in the situation for you know, like getting that res off. But it's why it's so important. The very first blood doesn't always make a difference if they have more sustain. But this is a super important match because whoever takes this win goes on against NTHX in the lower finals. So we could see a rematch here between NTHX and BKO. If BKO, or sorry, between we could see a first match between NTHX and BKO. If BKO takes the dub here.
Yeah, but I'm really excited to see how they can turn this around right now as BKO, while they have quite the positioning at the moment here. The opportunities are coming, so I don't know if they want to be on top here. That's the main thing I want to see. Well, we do see No Name kind of get picked off here for 1 now, and now they turn around. Maybe they might get 2 potentially. They have another information coming out here, but picks up another one, and Noax is now down for the count, which is the last one left. Esports champions here, man. We're gonna see if they can pick this one up the side. As right now, Orb being sent by here. They have to wait for opportunity to go into A. They have the vault with them right now, and basically we're just waiting for it to calm down.
Yeah, this is a super good spawn because there's actually a direct throw from the Japanese garden all the way in to that cash out in the campus section of Sis Horizon. And we're going to be seeing MXKX going for the long haul approach, just sort of sprinting with it, making sure that they're setting up with their team. And what we saw there as well was that Kelcam got the perfect opening to actually allow their team to capitalize on that vault fight, because when you can take out one player in the middle of nowhere and you can control their body so the teammate can't come in for the res, that is everything. Kelcam going to take a little bit of opening damage here as the cash out gets started and No Name makes their approach. This is everything for BKO right now. They need to get this win. APS is going to be able to eat the RPG a little bit, but Oppenheimer still tanking insane amounts of damage right now. MXKX on the sustain, but Kelcam looking for the skirmish entry.
Come down up.
It'll be massive damage once again from both heavies, but Oppenheimer's the first to go down. The res is going to come through, but that's their only res here. Their light goes down as well. So this is going to be a 3-on-2 situation. MXKX has to do the most here. Unfortunately, not nailing that gas throw like he wanted it to. This could be a dead run here for BKO, as No Name now gets the ability to come back in and get the steal.
Right, and now we're also halfway through the clock here. I mean, this case is just kind of settling itself in for a nice long haul here. But with No Name coming out on top, looks like they may be able to take this one for themselves right now. The question is, can BKO turn this around and potentially return this entire thing to themselves? This refrigerator needs a little bit of help fixing up. You know what I mean?
Exactly. They have the ability to, right? There is enough time on the cash out timer to make it work. But the question is the approach, because No Name, they're perfectly set into the site now. 2 APSs means no opening RPG. Barriers at each door means opening damage is most likely going to go in the favor of No Name. The bubble as well just makes it harder and harder for the entry. And as that timer ticks down lower and lower, BKO are running out of options. But a stun's going to come through. One medium down, the other medium taking the quickly away for the res. Look at how strong they're starting in on this, but that is going to be 1 down, 2 down, and now the final one getting killed while the steal happens. Is BKO going to be able to get the steal? There's still another heavy up. It's not over just yet. The steal is happening, but the heavies focus on something else. BKO gets the steal, and they stay in the running.
Ooh, right now, situation's not looking too good for them. I mean, as we do take a look around and scope around the map, things are just looking a little bit too slow for my liking. I mean, I thought we have a little bit more action here as we do see them try to retake this back into spawn right now. We're going to see if they can regroup together, turn this around for the side of course, BKO. We are looking at them right now, trying to take hits and tails here.
We're good because it's vault control, right? Whoever's going for vault control, it's going to be BKO that takes it here. But then No Name is going to be able to come back out and play the gatekeep role. But when it comes into whatever happens next, I mean, we just saw that last second steal for BKO. That was for everything. And now they have another chance at survival here. It comes down to this. This is such an even matchup because we're on map 3, cash out 3. It doesn't get closer than this. And so this final matchup here looks like it's going to be on cash out B over in the art gallery and the museum. This is going to be a fun fight to watch for sure. Let's see how they end up staking out. The damage already coming through from LRC. I'm sorry, from No Name.
Yeah, and so with that being said, though, BKO has it up
Leave
for
the gas
themselves.
there,
They're
because we can
breaking
pop that
out
gas, by
the
the way.
zip line here, and of course now that they have it all set up, it's
Back
just
up,
a
back
matter
up.
of whether they can hold it down here. Nicely done here, trying to start a fight on the other side of the wall, and to that they have to barricade down. They have to break free here and not force anything. Maybe a D-mat onto the cash out might be an interesting idea, but
No
they're opting to
DMATs.
just team up for themselves.
Yeah, so right now they are getting this opening here. That RPG is out and ready to go, but they're letting No Name get a little bit more stable, which I don't think is always a good idea. So this is sort of that playing off the cash out, but it's for the ability to ape. Let's see. They're going in, the steal. It's not going to get canceled here. The steal comes through for No Name, and they lose Kelcam. This is bad, as now they're already down to just one player left. This is a misstep. What did we say when we were talking? It's play on the site, and XKX almost pulls it back, but it's so hard to win a 1v3 like that, and this is why you have to not hesitate. 1 second made that difference there, because Kelcam couldn't hit the stun, and the RPG did not connect because the APSs.
Right.
1 second made the differences there, and BKO is paying the price.
Ooh, right now definitely looking a lot more even than I would have hoped here, but that timer is ticking down very, very fast right now. So they have one more opportunity to do this, and I think they only have like 5 seconds to start this off immediately as they spawn. So it's very rough for them. Already we see the engage coming in here, tracking out all the glue and hopefully turning this around, but that's not the objective here. The objective is the one player holding this entire stream together.
And here we go. The damage output from the LH1 is good. The glitch grenade is going to at least allow that opening to happen. But as the stun unfortunately misses, we will see the medium healers doing everything. 1 goes down on No Name. 2 go down on No Name. And the 3rd almost still alive. But there we go. They are able to take the kill. They take the steal. And BKO narrowly edges out a win. Absolutely insane last second clutch. 2 cash outs in a row for BKO, and we are going to see them go into the lower bracket finals with NTHX.
I'm really surprised to see this all the same here. We were definitely in a position where it was like, yeah, they're even, but like, how can you possibly turn this around, right, already? And so all of a sudden, landslide. They were able to hold the position down, crack their hits onto the walls here, and ensure they have a little bit more space to work around this fight.
Absolutely. It was so insane to me, though, that they let No Name get away with that steal at the very beginning. But the redemption arc on the comeback was so good. They had just enough time to make it work. And honestly, if they had team wiped any later, I don't think they would have been able to get that steal.
That is very true. But in the end, it just kind of boiled down to timing right here. I think they had everything lined up for them prior to that. And so forcing a retake in most situations was definitely fine for them. They were forced to refight as well anyways. And it'd still be healthy because they knew what they were targeting. They knew your priorities. And that's the one thing I really enjoyed seeing.
Exactly. So a fantastic run by No Name. They did a great job at keeping BKO accountable, right? I mean, again, map 3, cash out 3. It does not get closer than that. And so we are going to be seeing the outcome of the lower bracket finals once we get a pack from this break.
We outside. We out. We out. Looking at the view from the top. Get into the bed, don't stop. Get into the bed, don't stop. Better catch up, cuz we out. Look, I ain't skating through unless they talking 8 figures. Said I dream too big, about to do it way bigger. I'm the boss when I walk through, straighten up a sit-up. I ain't never had to tell them, but they know that I'm that. Finish that. So many wins, I had to go ahead and bring it back. I like you, my sons, go ahead and get the Similac. Yeah, swear when I'm pulling in. I ain't asking for the spot, I tell them better give me that. Taking no losses, can't start now. You know it's about to go up when I touch down. And if they didn't know before, they gonna know now. That I leave a murder scene when I come round. In other words, you know that we about to kill it. I ain't for the talking, I said it, you know I did it. I'm putting on the show, the world is about to feel it. I know they're getting scared when I tell them that. We outside. We out. We out. Looking at the view from the top. myself. Got it on my own, never needed your help. When you see me at the top, know I did it myself. You know we outside till the lights come on. About to make it to the top, it won't take us long. You know I'm blacking out while I'm in my zone. It's beat money when it call my phone. Whoa, don't need your money, just give me respect. Told you before that you know I'm a threat. I ain't letting up, I got my foot on their neck. Yeah, in other words, you know that we about to kill it. I ain't for the talking, I said it, you know I did it. I'm putting on the show, the world is about to feel it. I know they're getting scared when I tell them that. We outside. Yeah, we outside. Yeah, we out. Looking at the view from the top. Get into the bed, don't stop. Get into the bed, don't stop. Better catch up, cause we outside.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. It is the finals breakout series. My name is Artie, joined here by Nitera, and we've had some fun games today, haven't we?
Fun is indeed a understatement. I think you mean action-packed, excitement-filled, joyous, and generous games that have been provided by our players.
Absolutely. Our players are showing up and showing off. And now, chat, it is time for you to show them some support because it's time to actually make a vote after the next map. For our one-shot MVPs. So we're going to jump into some more action right now because it is going to be NTHX versus BKO. We can't wait. We're supposed to be doing it now, but we're going to do it later because we want to see this action. And then it'll be time to vote for the one-shot energy MVPs. But for now, getting ready to see BKO versus NTHX. What happens when an unstoppable force meets an immovable object?
I don't really know if they're unstoppable / immovable, but I will say one thing: at least they know how to stay on point for the time being.
At least they know how to stay on point. And let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket. We watched earlier as Frog3 and NTHX battled it out. NTHX, of course, taking that 2-0 win, and then later going on to get it knocked out by LRC. That allowed LRC to traverse to the finals, the grand finals of the finals, if you will. But following back into the NTHX squad, they are now going to be going up against BKO, who have been dominating our lower bracket record, given the fact that in the last game it went to map 3, cash out 3. Not to mention the fact that Kelcam is a controller player, according to chat. That's a controller light player, and BKO is just dominating with that. But this is going to be interesting. This is going to be so much fun because we get to see NTHX's double heal anchor up against BKO's heavy, medium, light setup. And remember that LRC gave them a little bit of a run for their money with their insane ability to sustain. And so now I'm super excited to see how NTHX is going to be able to deal with this light setup.
I think the most interesting thing here, honestly, you didn't point out, was that both NTHX and BKO fought the legendary, the no stay on point Frog3.
Frog3. And so now, they started the day with those kind of expectations, right? Of like, oh yeah, like teams in this circuit, they're just not staying on point. They're not like actually playing the game. But now we get NTHX, who really, really wants this win. And we got BKO, who are out here grinding day and night to make this work for them. And they are here to show off. Honestly, this is probably more exciting for me than the grand finals, is to see BKO versus NTHX. Teams that should be meeting in the next one, the grand finals, but they're here right now. So the stakes are even higher. Let's look at the picks and bans, and there's going to be another different setup. Sis Horizon to start.
Las Vegas to follow up, and Decider
going to be on Monaco, tried and true. But I'm curious to see Sis Horizon because this is an NTHX pick. And when we saw NTHX on Sis Horizon, they didn't look pretty solid. But then when it comes to BKO, we just watched them have a win on Sis Horizon. But that win was only so close to being a loss.
Well, I'm going to give you the the cooking of the idea here.
Okay.
NTHX are playing Sis Horizon because they know they're gonna have the rematch here later on. And so maybe it's time to get some practice in on a team they think they can potentially beat 2 games in a row, even they lose the first one. And so they're just gonna pick up Horizon here to make sure that they got an idea of how to play around it later. So that's my idea. So we'll see.
I see. And it looks like we are getting closer and closer to seeing that Sis Horizon map play out. I'm so excited just because of the fact that, we're seeing NTHX now getting ready to deal with a light player like Kelcam. And I mean, NTHX, they have so much reliance on that double, not on that double heal, but on that dematerializer for the ability to find those entries, right? But this is also super good for BKO because now their biggest enemy, right, is that double healer setup. They're already not playing against it. So, I mean, these two teams are pretty well matched against each other. I'm excited to jump in and look at it.
And I'm excited to be here to watch it with you. That is the plan I have here for today. And I mean, I've got like 2 more games with you after this. So we've got quite a show. We've got quite the show here for you guys today. But with that being said, though, we have to make sure that we have to get all of these games out proper because BKO, as they're setting out against NTHX, this could be their last run here before they have to tell themselves, right, we're going to pack up and go for the Qualifier street. And so,
yeah, I mean, let's.
I was going to say, win?
Let's talk about at least like the map setup, right? Because Sis Horizon, when you're playing with that light player, it's very, very intricate in the way that you have to set up those team fights. NTHX doesn't have to worry about that too much because instead of a light player, they have that dematerializer, which allows them to go into entire other rooms or other angles and just make the fights themselves. But either way, it is going to be a heavy, a medium healer, and a skirmisher. And so it's going to be the Skirmishing Light versus the, oh, this is not Sis Horizon.
Let's take ultimate height here.
No, it's not.
This is Las Vegas. And, well, we're starting on map 2, which is totally fine by me. But looking at Las Vegas, the fights will already start off, and it looks like they're starting off in favor of NTHX, but the res is going to come through from BKO as they get a little bit of sustain, and immediately the tides are turned. Now it looks like NTHX is very, very unfortunate where they're unable to get through on this fight.
Well, I'm hearing a little bit that the maps are actually reverse order, but that's all kind and good here because I mean the teams are correct. So hey, you know what? That's fine. Let's carry on with it. But the one thing I'm really weirded out is who paid this fourth actor to join the side of either NTHX or BKO.
No, it's good because on the bottom we can see NTHX POV. On the top we got the BKO POV, and most importantly though, that Kelcam light gameplay. So BKO are going to be in control of the vault here, and looks like they're getting ready to set up while we're looking over at NTHX. They try to figure out where they can gatekeep from. But Kelcam has a very good position right here. All they need to do is get a gateway into the cash out they want to go for, and it's a free rotation away from the gatekeep.
So with that already being said, they're going to try to continuously rush for it. And right now, their position and of course advantage is going to lean towards into BKO. They're already pushing out into cash out A here. And so, they saw one, never mind.
Perfect gateways here. Like I said, the free rotation, not have to worry about it. And now the full team has been transported into cash out A. BKO, very solid in this approach here. NTHX almost looked like they had no idea what was happening. They were still trying to challenge the guys on the top of the roof. Here it comes. The fight has begun. The glitch grenades are out. Kelcam looking for his angles. MXKX and Oppenheimer take the first duel head on. Look at this perfect skirmish, but MXKX goes down. Kelcam able to at least get one refrag here. Ploppy, but will Ploppy get healed up as Oppenheimer goes down? Looks like there is going to be Carbon Magma going down. It's a heavy versus a light here. Only 10 HP, and it's Kelcam who stays in the lead up on top, and that's BKO's light skirmisher doing the work.
Allez, on le tient le light, on le tient, faut le faire. C'est maintenant, allez. Il y a un C4 sur le point.
Right now, timer is going to take down to the halfway mark here, and as we have teams kind of just respawning, get ready to group up for what seems to be the last fight for this first $10,000. I've got to be honest with you, I don't really know what the strategy going into is other than just group up and beat them till they die.
Yeah, they've got to start strong with an opening RPG. They've got to take out Kelcam. Kelcam already taking one of their players down to 1 HP. Look at the insane damage output from that LH1. Carbon Magma still unable to get healed up at the current moment. Floppy getting ready to get them in with the pad. No RPG fired just yet here, but unfortunately for NTHX, they're not going to be able to find an easy entry as BKO drops down to the bottom to play from underneath. They have already dropped the cash out onto the landing, and as the cash out drops even further, NTHX is losing time and losing angles. They try to force in the steal, but is BKO going to be ready for it? BKO does some damage, takes out one, takes out two, and the third goes down in a hail of gunfire, and that's BKO securing the first cash out for this series.
And that is kind of a real rough one coming in for, of course, NTHX here, who has been showing quite strong plays, but just a little bit shy of the win here. But this is only one cash out. They still have two more technically to work with, so let's see if they can turn this around.
Yeah, I have the same thing. Like, this is like a wallet, is fucking desktop mic.
Taking the time here on Vault 2, and NTHX going to be equally taking their time for this because they know that last time they tried to play the, stay on the high rise and play the gatekeep, didn't work out too well for them here. Kelcam has those gateways on lock. With that 70-meter teleportation, they can secure a very easy rotate here. The question is going to be, is Oppenheimer and MXKX ready for the next fight? Because they did look stable on the start, but it was only because of Kelcam's clutch that they were able to hold on. And as NTHX tries to get this opening before they make their way to a cash out, curious to see if this is going to be a more aggressive approach from NTHX. Looking like it is.
Yeah.
Petit rush.
Ooh. Oh, right now we do see a little bit of a scuffle coming in here, and there we have it already going here. The barricade is set up here, and they're able to take him down to half, turning this around here to a quarter, and unfortunately the ruler has to be switched out here. Luck is not on their side for this one.
Passe à 2.
Yeah, this is gonna be a little bit of of a fumble here. BKO just throwing them the vault, and now BKO is getting ready to see if they're gonna play ball and see if it's gonna be a game of fetch here. Well, now looks like a little bit of the roof is collapsing. Oppenheimer seeing this as a potential entry. NTHX, look at this, they're holding on for dear life up the top of this building. Now they have secured the vault and they're getting ready to take it into the cash out, but still no fight has been won yet. BKO just poking and prodding the side. See Kelcam up on the rooftop, jumping back down the elevator shaft. Ploppy almost losing this fight here as he loses the height. Goes down to 1 HP. Looks like the chase is going to come through from Kelcam. He is going to be able to take him out, but at a heavy cost to his own HP. However, NTHX is not going to be in a good position to get this res. If they do, they will be finding themselves trapped between a rock and a hard place as BKO tries to collapse in on them for it.
Ooh, and this rock and a hard place you're talking about, I can definitely see what's happening here, as they're unable to really just make any headways here. They know that their teammates are a little bit out of the count here, but if they go for it, right, they have this situation where, like, look at that, they completely destroy the floor, and now you're kind of stuck again trying to save your teammate who just can't reach you.
And they didn't even need to anyway because he had a coin. And that's going to be 2 kills there for BKO as NTHX's final member rotates in the long way after coining. So we will see BKO at least holding control over Vault 2. Let's see if they're going to be able to get it started into a cash out, because right now looks like they're just biding their time and trying to take more team fights, get more comfortable with their opponents.
I mean, I understand the idea, right? When you have everything you need set up for you, I mean, it's pretty much a bunker that you can just wait out rather than having to keep pushing and initiating here. But from the back here, NTHX has lost one of their teammates here, and now that cash out is really nearby towards B here. They have the bolt hold on to, they have to just make their way across here, and they're losing just a little bit of time for the small little mistakes that they make from just trying to jump over and failing.
And this is going to be a solid start up for BKO here. We can already see that they're just getting stable, using the goo to try to make their own map in some way, shape, or form. Now we're also seeing Kelcam and Oppenheimer figuring out where the push is coming from. They took a little bit of damage, but it's not going to matter too much. The information that they got from that, knowing where NTHX is going to pull from, is super important. But looks like their setup is going to have to change up just a little bit as NTHX dives onto the objective. MXKX going to have to cancel this seal now, but it looks like they are doing enough. NTHX unable to hold on as BKO deals some extra damage on the forefront of this fight here. Heavy's going to go down immediately. Ploppy is going to be able to refrag one Heavy though, but as the kills come through, it's a team wipe for NTHX and BKO stays stable. Huge clutch from MXKX.
Ooh, and right now, situation is looking a lot more dire here as a countdown is at halfway mark here, and we are giving it this $10,000 to what is leading team right now, and that again is of course going to go to BKO. And so now situation is going to be in this weird spot of like, can they turn this around? Because I mean, NTHX is in such the position where if they don't push in, they don't take initiative to do it, timer's gonna run out. So we're gonna see if they can go aggressive here, or just gonna lay back once again and turn this into a snooze fest.
Exactly, because this is not the NTHX we're used to seeing, but at the same time, NTHX, they're not used to dealing with this light skirmisher. They try to do a lot of damage, but look at this backing up into the gas with no healer. Noli going down to very low HP. Will BKO be able to capitalize on this? Every member of NTHX is down to basically 1 HP, but Kelcam and Oppenheimer pick up the first 2 kills. There's the RPG, and the final kill comes through. BKO going to be walking away with a flawless map 1.
And that's just only one of many maps that could potentially go down here. So I'm really excited to see whether they can continue to replicate the strategy here moving forward. As we now see, this is going to be a hard fight, hard fought match here. Both teams lost to, both teams won Frog 3, but now they got to win someone up on top on the finals here. And so winning is not an option. They have to win if they want to carry on. Otherwise, there's that. But I do recall one thing already. you did want to mention our one-shot MVP after that map. So why don't you do that right now?
Exactly. Yeah, so excited to talk about this because while One Shot Energy is going to be giving a care package to our winning teams, they're also going to be giving a care package to the winner of the One Shot MVP. So that is something that you, chat, are going to be able to vote in on. So let's go ahead and take a look at the One Shot MVP little leaderboard bracket that we've got going on here.
No, looking at it, I totally understand what's going on. Other than the fact that I have no idea what's going on, because I really just want to see
we're
who's
not
the
looking
MVP.
at it yet.
Yeah, we're not looking at it yet. I mean, like honestly, I mean, who could possibly be the MVP? I'm not too sure. But
I mean, there's a
looking at the
lot. There's a lot of players that you could vote for, right? So,
Right.
so voting for each individual player, it's going to be the best performer of the match, and then the best performer of each team we get to vote on. There is going to be a Twitter poll here. If you go to !MVP, there it is. You can vote on x.com, formerly Twitter. And the players that we're going to be able to vote for here on BKO, Kelcam, the light demon with the gateways and the glitch grenades. On the side of LRC, there is Blacks. On the side of NTHX, we've got Ploppy, the dematerializer himself, and on No Name, Silicum V1. We didn't get to see a lot of gameplay from LRC or No Name, but remember that they did put up an insane fight, and LRC is going to be the final champions here. So everybody, go ahead and vote for your favorite team member there of the MVP of the event on that Twitter link.
I'm kind of seeing a pattern here. Vote for me, guys. I want to be the one-shot MVP.
I don't think you're on the list, Nightera. I don't. Maybe in qualifiers 3. All right, maybe. But
Maybe.
you have to also be good at the game, Nightera.
I've got a week. We can make something work. You're my coach, right? You were talking. We were talking about the seeds that you were a coach, right? So maybe you can. Do something
I could be. But yeah, so that is going to be the yeah, honestly, the defib kill might be who I end up voting for. That just given the fact that that was LRC with the defib kill. I think that is deserving of a care package. As much as I love Kelcam, Kelcam, you know, opens up a lot of opportunities for the team. Opens up so much with that stun gun, with the glitch grenades, but LRC got a defibrillator kill.
The defibrillator kill really came in hard.
Like who you really gonna vote for at the end of the day?
Oh my god, there's so much to vote for. But I think my vote, I know who my vote's going for, but it's just really hard to split like one vote into 3. And that's gonna go to.
I mean, I gotta say, remember, the entirety of France is out here in chat supporting NTHX, so that is gonna be a good support.
Thank you for the pressure. But my absolute vote goes down to team none other than Frog Tree, actually.
Oh no!
I'll be honest with you, right? One thing I like to see is a comeback story. You know, if Frog Tree wins this one-shot MVP, I personally feel that they may have a chance to come back for Qualifier 3 and turn something around from there. I want to give them
Frog
the motivation.
3, instead of voting MVP, I could vote the NPP, not playing on point. But honestly, everybody go ahead in chat and give your votes to whoever deserves it in your eyes. We are getting ready to jump into the lobby here, and this is what it looks like, setting up for that private lobby. Again, a few issues. It's not as easy as just jumping in at any given time. When you are in these situations for the custom lobbies, sometimes the players will just not be able to connect. It'll show, and then it just won't work. If you've been playing in scrims, you kind of know that sometimes it's just not even going to start off. But I will say that if you go in, you vote for your one-shot MVP right now, the match will get started faster. I don't even make that rule. That's just the universe. That's how it works.
That is how it works.
If you vote for the one-shot MVP, we'll actually get into the game. Just letting you know that's how that works.
Well, we're gonna see how this goes. But NTHX has a tough hill to climb against BKO right now, which, I mean, like, it's kind of hard to see who can win this. I mean, we might see a reverse 2-0 sweep here, or in return we just get a 2-0 on the other side. I mean, Both teams played it really well. I really don't have any opinions on this one. What about you, Artie?
I mean, we are going to be jumping into Sis Horizon, right? And that is going to be a map where BKO has traditionally struggled, especially given the fact that in their last performance that we saw them on this map, that it went to the third cash out, and they won both cash outs by a last-second steal. So it really could go either way, especially when it comes to which cash outs they're actually granted when it comes into loading into the map. Now, we're watching this here. Once again, you've got NTHX on the bottom of your screen and BKO up on the top of your screen. And now the question is, what are the vault spawns? What are the cash out spawns? And who will take advantage of them first?
Ooh, already I see quite a strong aggressive start coming in here. I mean, just moving around, right? But how they're going to puff about here is going to be the interesting thing. Are they going to start from the bottom and climb their way up into the building? Or do you think they have like a jump pad push themselves in through that? And firstly, that's going to be the real decision maker here, as they are going to be able to engage them so early because of the jump pad.
Yeah, that early engagement jump pad is how it happens. Honestly, it's just the #1 way BKO starts their fights, and I love seeing this where Calcam just goes for the skirmishes. You can see their playstyle. MX, KX, and Up, they're locked into each other so that they can get that heal, get that damage output, and that shield. Calcam always looking for the side angle, pulling the crosshairs away from the main team, pulling everyone away. Look at this. Unfortunately, going to be not able to hit the stun gun in time. The RPG does connect. Kelcam does end up going out despite the heals coming through from MXKX. But NTHX, they're only down to one heavy player. So it's a 1v2 situation, but it is the only player that would be able to win this. And there we go. Oppenheimer goes out. That is going to be a team wipe now. Now it is just NTHX in charge of the vault. Let's see where they end up going for.
Right, and now that they have as well the vault, like you said, they have to see whether they can first of all deliver this to cash out A, and afterwards play onto it, cash out A, and how they're going to defend this. Because the main thing they're going to go for, unfortunately, they missed out that pickup here into the next level. But at the very least, they did realize that hey, cash out A is actually on this level. We don't have to hard commit anything.
Yeah, and this is a very good space to hold. So this is out here in the library section of the map where you have a lot more silent corridors. So this is probably going to be easier for BKO to actually come in and take. But the thing is, NTHX, they look like they have a plan ready for it. So as the cross happens, they get all the way over to their side of the map. Now it's going to be how BKO decides to enter. We are most likely going to be seeing a little bit of that RPG action, but the jump pad is hard to hit here because the fact that it's so enclosed. So as things get rocking and rolling, we're going to see where that opening comes from.
Ooh, not really sure how they can make this one work here. They're going to start engaged right now. They're going to pick up one on the side of it. Util is down, and now they're going to try to see if we can find anyone else here. No more covers to go. They have to try to fight this one out.
They open up this wall with C4.
Out here, it is going to be a little bit of a stagnant fight. Remember, BKO knows how to play with the timer. Here it is, Kelcam coming in for the stun. He misses the stun. It's going to be a little bit of a massive miss as the DMAT comes through to actually clear Kelcam off the point. And as Oppenheimer and Kelcam and MXKX all go down, it does look like NTHX comes in control of the first cash out.
Ooh, this is not looking too hard here. I mean, we have an understanding of who can really make this one work here. But if we look at the economy in general here, not looking too good. We have definitely a very strange situation for themselves here. And NTHX has no way of picking this one up for themselves other than they just wait it out. They have to hold this down right away. And I think this is basically going to be it. So long as they don't get a steal or anything, they are fine.
Yeah, I think that NTHX is stable here. BKO knows that they don't have time to get this steal, so if they are going to go for it, it's going to be a very interesting play. The stun hits, but he's only buying time for a steal that's not happening. At the very least, I think that was more of a statement piece.
Damn, coming to be said like that. I mean, I really didn't want to have to be that guy, but wow, calling me out.
I mean, that's the thing, right? It's all about timing. And in this game, the approach to timing is that you have to just make it to where if you win the fight, the other team does not have a second chance, because the second chance after they learn and develop and can think of a strategy is where things can get kind of scary. So NTHX, they're set up pretty nice right now for this next cash out. However, BKO is in a good position to just set up a gateway between both and can gatekeep both at the same time. That is probably going to be what Kelcam wants to try and do here, unless the team just decides to straight up ape the vault anyway.
Ooh, it's very interesting to say the least here. Now you're gonna push through all the weird habits everyone has about going through this map here, and then it's gonna be not just because they have a dematerializer and of course the mod destruction is going on around this map.
Yeah, and this is a good showing from Oppenheimer, but unfortunately not going to be enough. MXKX is not in the running to keep him healed up, and we're going to see the effects of that immediately as MXKX and Oppenheimer go down. So this is showing NTHX, they know what they're doing on this map. And I told you, this map was pretty weak for BKO, especially given the fact that Kelcam has a lot fewer angles that he can skirmish from. And on the other side of NTHX, they're not playing double heals, but that dematerializer opens up that skirmisher gameplay type, allowing them to have that same impact that a light player can have, even without the glitch grenades or the stun guns.
Right, so right now in this weird position, I mean, the first thing you need to remember is that the correct way to make a removal is the player removal. There's absolutely no way they can do anything about it if you just remove them altogether. And so that's what they should probably do instead of putting a stun gun. Well, one stun gun can definitely stop them. It's not going to be enough to stop the entire team, right? Oh, here we go. Trying to take this fight right now. We just see a little bit of brown hair. They just try and break the immersion right real quick here. As we do see a situation coming in right now. This is going to be real rough here. The dome shoot coming out here in this
big damage.
Yeah, big damage coming in for sure. Pushing it around, cover corner. They do pick up one for the side here, and that is like a
big stability is what I can say that. So all that was BKO found out exactly what the correct approach was for that situation, given the information they got from the first fight, and they pushed it. They pushed it hard. NTHX, you saw their setup all the way off to the side. They were pushed away from their APS, and the dematerializer didn't have any options there. So this was just a sitting duck moment for NTHX. If they played underneath it, maybe that would have gone differently, but now it's time for them to do just that. They can dematerialize the floor underneath the cash out and then rematerialize it right above it, cutting BKO off from the point. We're going to see that happen now as the cash out falls, but we are going to see the commit of the RPG to make sure that the floor stays open. The glitch grenades can go in. This is going to cut off the heals, cut off the dematerializer, and cut off the heavy. But look at this. Oppenheimer is going to be dealing a massive amount of damage, but it's NTHX who comes through to actually deal even more. We are seeing the trades come through, and it's down to the wire, but the heals and the reses come up. Oppenheimer is going to be able to stay alive for just a little bit longer, and it is showing that BKO is good for one cash out before getting wiped by the gas.
Ooh, right now the situation is looking very dire here, as we are going to see that it is kind of weird, like you know, I don't really want to be here situation, right? They are down one, they don't have the bolt on standby, they don't have any place they have to figure out which cash out they want to go even, and it could just be intercepted halfway through any of that. So right now, first mover initiative has to go to not BKO, but rather team NTHX.
Yeah, when it comes down to this control, right, BKO has a lot more options for getting that cross. Like we saw in Vegas, where, you know, we see Kelcam set up the gateways to get a clean cross through to any of the cash outs. But also, look at the cash out spawns. They're pretty much stacked in a row on top of each other. This is going to make the rotation really easy for NTHX to decide exactly how they want to do this. But we see Kelcam getting picked off super early. This isn't as impactful as NTHX might think it is, because NTHX pushing for this approach right now, but at the same time, remember, we're not in the true finals format. This is a quick cash 3v3, so with unlimited coins and a lower timer, Kelcam's going to be able to get back very quickly here.
So we're going to see whether they can carry on this momentum as well as they push in for it. I mean, scores even right now. This is basically the last trade they can possibly get, so it's going to come down to the wire.
Yep, this is it. This is the last cash out, and it is going to be over here on cash out D. Now, watching as NTHX sets up for this fight, they're going for the height approach here. It looks like it's going to be super solid as BKO cannot find a way to enter. Locked into the site there, NTHX with their barricades and APS. Gonna make it very, very difficult for Oppenheimer and MXKX to even make their entry, let alone for Kelcam to find the skirmish angle. But here we go. MXKX, massive damage here. NTHX can't get the sustain as they get their heavy separated from them. Now it's down to a 3-on-2 situation. The healer is going to need to desperately try to get in to res the heavy, but they're cut off. They're backing out. They're letting BKO actually retain control of the cash out as Kelcam separates one more. It's just one medium on NTHX, and as he goes down, that is a separate win for BKO, who now has control of the cash out and now has control of the last team fight of the map.
Ooh, that was kind of lined out here. You think you get it?
NTHX on the res. One team fight, all they have time for, so they need to make it count.
They have to.
Opening with a DMAT, opening with a grenade, opening with an RPG, anything they can do to get that initial chip damage to give them any edge that they can find. Kelcam gonna try to use the stun gun, try to stay alive as long as possible. Blitz grenade gonna start off strong, gonna hit, and that means no heals right now for NTHX. They're backing off, but they don't have much time. The cash out has fallen down by one level. The DMAT and the barricade is going to be making the map exactly how they need it for them. The dome shield comes out with one more barricade as well. Oppenheimer struggling to deal some damage here. It looks like one player will go out for NTHX2 with one trade. NTHX gets wiped, and that's BKO taking the clean victory here, taking map 2, and that is going to be the end of the line for NTHX. A well-fought battle, a hard-fought victory for BKO, but an insane showing of NA versus EU. What an incredible lower bracket finals to see. That was insane.
That was crazy, to say the least. In fact, I realized that the fights took so long that you were actually just kind of holding on to kind of the entire game already, which was insane to me, because like I really love the situations that happened here, and like you passing it off to me to understand like and break it down as well for everyone here at home. But that's crazy.
That was a one intense, super long fight. But
right.
Yeah. So,
it just kept weaving on and on.
Exactly. And the way that the fight ended up coming through, I mean, there is still so much reliance on that utility. And that's the thing. A team like NTHX, as soon as you get hit with that glitch grenade, suddenly everything falls apart.
Just kind of, bookie to the wookie, I guess.
Exactly. And, well, folks, we do have a grand final on the way, and this is going to be super, super interesting because, well, Nitera, do you want to recap the events of the day?
Yeah, so if we go through the brackets here for today for qualifiers 2, this is first of all the first stream that we're having for the qualifiers. Even though it's not the first one, we are having our first stream on qualifiers 2, so remember that first. And we started off the day with NTHX Esports versus Frog3, where we started to understand how Frog3's mentality was like, we're gonna play around you guys. We're not gonna really play on to that, the cash out, to the vault, to anything. And so that kind of just led them to a swift 2-0 into NTH Esports. Followed by that, we saw BKO, and we've been following BKO for quite a bit onto that. With Frog3, same situation, BKO and Frog3 with 2-0 going to BKO. In fact, afterwards, I think we had a slogan planned for this entire stream. Get on to the point. BKO with no name. We saw that into 2-1. We also had NTH Esports and LRC, which we saw somehow turned around to LRC making it out on top with only one game to spare here on NTH Esports. Followed by that, we just saw our last game, which is how BKO turned this one into a 2-0 against NTH Esports. And finally, we're going to be sitting out in the grand finals here, and we've got a game for you to show. So, Artie, I mean, what else can we say before we're going to grand finals?
I mean, hey, this is it. This is the match we have been waiting for, and the match that we are going to keep waiting for, because we are going to bring the grand finals action to you right after this break.
number 9. Diamonds in my teeth, I got a lot of shine. Running up the number, that's a lot of crime. Try to take it from me, must be out your mind. Big time, lot of slime. Smoky in the air, that's a lot of pine. Pockets running over with the dollar sign. Try to take it from me. Yeah. Big time, big time, big time.
Big time.
Number 9. Diamonds in my teeth, I got a lot of shine. Running up the numbers, that's a lot of crime. Try to take it from me, must be out your mind. Lot of shine. Smoky in the air, that's a lot of crime. Pockets running over with the dollar sign. Try to take it from me.
Big time.
Number 9. Diamonds in my teeth, I got a lot of shine. Running up the numbers, that's a lot of grind. Try to take it from me, must be out your mind. I'm big time, lot of shine. Smoky in the air, that's a lot of pine. Pockets running over with the dollar sign. Try to take it from me, from me, from me, from me.
Big time. Number 9. Diamonds in my teeth, I got a lot of shine. Running up the numbers, that's a lot of grind. Try and take it from me, must be out your mind. Big time, lot of shine. Smoky in the air, that's a lot of crime. Pockets running over with the dollar sign. Try and take it from me, take it from me.
feel alive, let's hit the dance floor. Don't work too hard, might break a backbone. Return of the Mac, the king is back though. Corvette and cash, I never lack those. She saw the stone, you know how that go. Fatality, my diamonds that cold. Versace trunks, I hit my backstroke. Knock on the door, she at the back, bro. All I really take is a little taste. Island girl, blue eyes with a little bass. Here for the thrill, I don't need a chaser. Wanna vibe at a getaway. Shimmy, shimmy, yeah, I got the semi-fold weight. Don't step out the line like this a probate. You hit the line and try to locate. This for the time, got time for no day. One, too many, I'm going. Too crazy and I got bad ones and they ready. A good time, so now it's into it, we left that. Can't remember anything, but I know we got lit. Good times, live in the moment, feel like summertime. Obsessed with nature, not a world mine. The room is spinning, but I feel fine. Oh my. Chandelier, limousines. Really think I'm seeing things. Read the line in mid-between. Yellow light, I gotta speed up. Get home to a cold shower. Need that pronto. Look like a rave at the condo. Heck of a night in Toronto. She said, boy, you in Morocco. Pearl white mention in the top gold. Fill up my cup with the pop, whoa. High off life in the spot, dope. Running up the visa, really talking to a real life Mona Lisa. Jesus pieces hanging off the fleecer. So much going on, it's hard to focus on the features. I got too many, I'm going. Too crazy and I got bad ones and they ready. A good time, so now it's into it, we left that. Can't remember anything, but I know we got lit. Good times, live in the moment, feel like summertime. Obsessed with nature, not a world mine. The room is spinning, but I feel fine. Oh my.
everybody, hello and welcome back, because it is finally time. We know that timer got you and that last stinger got you, but now we are here for real. My name is Artie IRL, and I am joined by Nitera, and we are here to bring you the grand finals.
The grand finals of the finals. The finals of the grand finals. The grand
finals
final
of the finals. The final finals.
We got it the last few times. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, okay. I think everyone knows, but we are here for this, and this is going to be an insane game because, like traditional FPS titles, we're not resetting the bracket. This isn't a case where the winner has to lose twice. This is a case where this is the last match. 3 maps, 3 cash outs, best of 3. Let's go ahead and see what our picks and bans are going to look like, because it is going to be LRC versus BKO, and the map picks are very important. And as we can see, we're starting off strong with the Monaco pick first.
We have not seen Monaco actually throughout the day. I mean, we did see it once as a second map, but not as a first pickup. So definitely love to see that. There's Skyway Stadium. We know the drill here. It's gonna be this very expensive map, and you're either the kaiju or you're just sitting down there hoping you're not gonna get stumped by one. Right, and the decider, of course, will be on Sis Horizon, and I'm not really sure if I feel very good about Sis Horizon right now after seeing this lineup. We might just go straight into a 2-0 situation. Very confident.
I mean, honestly, yeah, these are super confident picks for both of the teams. I think that this is super agreeable for both parties here. LRC, remember, they've got that double heal sustainability, which BKO eats for breakfast with those glitch grenades, taking away the crutches. So I'm really curious to see if LRC is going to adapt their strategies or if they're going to fall and crumble to BKO's light skirmisher, Kelcam. Now, jumping into the match, I think that right off the rip, we will see the sort of aggression or lack thereof from both of the teams.
Right. I feel like it's going to be a very passive game, I'll be honest with you. Like, it's just going to be wait for opportunity, and whoever gets it first, it might just be let them get it, tag them a little bit, get them to keep moving. And as it's getting, we wait for the time to run down, and then jump at them. That's what I'm feeling. I feel like that might be wrong, but
what it's gonna kind of boil down to is the understanding of whether or not you're going to be able to sort of have the timing for those team fights. Like we've been seeing all day, the cash outs kind of come down to the very first team fight as soon as the vault is deposited, and then the middle cash out fight, and possibly that very last one. Only one team has been able to take that last second fight, last second steal. That's BKO. So LRC does have a lot riding on them here to make sure that this is going to work out properly. And now, once it comes in through the actual match itself, I mean, only time will tell. But these are 2 powerhouse teams jumping up against each other.
And I think the first map is definitely something. The first and second map are quite interesting ones because, at least if we talk about Skyway, very fairly expensive map. Sometimes you're gonna see the corners be populated with cash outs. I mean, if you've played the game on ranked as well as a quick play, you definitely can see that for some reason they are put at the extreme corners of the entire map, and it's so expensive because there's nothing behind you. And there's only everything in front of you. So bring barricades there really works out very well in your favor. But then you suddenly get hit by environmental stuff. Gas, fire. There's a lot of things that can hurt you. I'm not really sure you want to play as the first mover advantage there. And that's why I say play passive. And Monaco has about the same issue as well, being just so expensive and open already.
Exactly. And that's the thing, though, is that Monaco has so many opportunities for both of the playstyles that BKO loves, which is that opening jump pad RPG and that finding skirmishing angles with Kelcam as the light. Now, when it comes to the different spawns within Monaco, I think that LRC is going to have a serious advantage when it comes to playing either in the forest or playing in like the construction area if we get some of those cash outs. Although usually when it comes to BKO, we're going to see them lead to more towards cash outs that are in the Royal Plaza or in the Villas area, which is that little underground section by the park. And the reason for that is because those angles are going to be a lot harder for the double healer heavies to actually kind of make their way through without getting caught off guard by either a stun gun that just cancels their push entirely or glitch grenades, which ruin their ability to heal and sustain. So the main way that Monaco map 1 is going to go is going to be entirely dependent on how the teams end up choosing the cash outs that they push towards.
Now I understand what you mean by how they're going to push towards, and now that we have a great idea of what's going on here, I think we can kind of sum up how the games could potentially go. So, Artie, thoughts? Which team is going to get it? I have a biasness to one of those teams, so why don't you go first?
Monaco, I think it's going to be BKO. I think that this is going to go to map 3. Don't get me wrong, but Monaco, I think, is going to BKO.
BKO? So now I can't pick BKO, huh? Whoops. That was my go-to as well, and unfortunately, I guess I will have to go on for the other side here. I mean, they need to show a bit of love on both ends. So BKO, not my pick here,
But I mean, hey, Skyway Stadium, though, I honestly think that Skyway Stadium, LRC has a really good option because Skyway Stadium, like we talked about before, it's a little bit harder for Kelcam to actually find those skirmish angles, especially if you get the construction site or the business office. Those sort of areas on Skyway Stadium definitely more heavily favor into the the double medium healing playstyle. Well, let's go ahead and just recover the day. We'll look over at the overall picks and ban rates now that we have gotten to the end of our open qualifiers here. Skyway Stadium being the most picked map and Seoul being the most banned map.
I don't know, man. I mean, overall, when I look at all these, right, it just feels very interesting to see how Skyway Stadium is #1 picked map, and we're not even seeing it that often in our sets. We had 5 games. 5 games. We saw only one of those games, I believe, picked on the decider match. Not even played on the decider. Not even played on the decider. Yes, and the second time we saw it was as map 2, where it was 2-0 in the favor of, I believe, against Frog Tree. So that was, I believe, BKO as well, actually.
And, before we get into the matches for today, I'd like to also give a little reminder for our chat. I'd love to give a special shout out to the Matcherino crowdfund page. So if you go ahead and type !donate, that will take you to the Matcherino page where you can ever so generously donate towards the prize pool that our contestants are competing in. You can also complete quests that can add money on behalf of our sponsors. It is a super cool integration that BREAKOUT has done, and it's super important for fueling the finals esports scene, what little there is still standing today. Not to mention a huge shout out to our main sponsor, One Shot Energy, where you can get 10% off using discount code BREAKOUT. One Shot, if you go into the chat, you do !One Shot, that'll get you a link for their site where you can check out all of their cool products. And my favorite, the one that is saving my life today, is their soothing Yuzu voice drops.
Tell me about it. But also remember that first and second place today will definitely get a self-care package received on behalf of One Shot sent to them. And that's also another thing to note because we have our One Shot MVP who will also be walking away with that care package on behalf of One Shot. So remember to vote for the One Shot MVP later on. But stay tuned to see which of these teams will be on top, because I know that these 2 teams are done, but we have the stats now. BKO on Kelcam here, 7 matches played, 29 kills, 24,000 damage. We're rounding out 25 here, just for your sake here. Not a lot of supporting coming in from them, but 60.
I mean, Kelcam is a light player. There's not much support for that light, but look at that 2.5 KD, 25,000 average combat score, all from that LH1.
Right.
And looking over at LRC, who is going to be our other finalist here, that is going to be Blacks. And that is 5 maps played, and I do believe that this is the heavy. So this actually is not the player that ended up getting the defib kill. However, you know, you just got to give the support. But look at his absolute sustain and damage. All of these amazing players are deserving. So go ahead and cast your vote whoever you think. Or that, actually, now after you do that, we'll jump into this game because it's starting up right now. We've got oh, it's still not changed up. We got LRC versus BKO for our grand finals.
And just to note that while I'll never clean my bet, we will never see these players come back again if they win, because they'll be already sitting in it pretty into our Master Series finals. So make sure you know and you stay for this action here, because first place, they're going to be up on top, and we will see the rest of that in Qualifiers 3. So, LRC,
Exactly.
BKO, let's get to it.
Let's get to it. Yeah, both of these teams will be receiving a one-shot energy care package, but only one of these teams gets the guaranteed spot in the playoffs later this year. So, we will be watching now as LRC takes control at the beginning, but Kelcam has control of those shots.
Oh, that is insane! Amount of tracking on that. Jump pad going through here into the dome shield, not finding a mark. But at this point, they're just looking and searching for that. Where is that lone player? They know there's somewhere they're hunting for it. Oh, here we go. Jump across.
Trying to find exactly where this fight is going to be happening, but there are some signs of it.
There
right?
we go.
See Kelcam getting taken out. Oppenheimer does get the refrag, but still, it's a very weird fight going on here. LRC does end up taking the win. They're also going to be starting off with cash out A.
Very interesting there. You know, fire extinguisher. Nice to cash out, not really necessary when it comes to $10,000. You know, you can buy a few more on the side, but here you go.
It's kind of funny to watch. Deciding which one to actually throw into the cash out. But as we get started on this come up here, BKO opens up with a massive RPG. Gonna be deleting 2 players right off the rip, and that's gonna leave just one left standing. Almost gonna be a team wipe here, but as BKO just stands their ground, LRC gets wiped out. And that's what I'm talking about with Monaco. You get the jump pad, you get the RPG, and you get Kelcam doing infinite damage with his LH1.
And now they already have the advantage here, with a quarter of the way done, almost a third as well. They have got the steal. This is their cash out for taking. So right now, situation looking a little bit less good for LRC. BKO holding this one down here, and Hardy, what can they possibly do to turn this around? I mean, they're so high up at this point, it's a bit hard to catch them.
LRC only has one chance left, and look at this. BKO is cutting them off before they can even get close. So this is difficult for LRC because they want to make the entry towards the point, but BKO is cutting them off before they can even get there. Although it might bite BKO in the back because the fact that LRC is diving onto the point here, going for the steal, and they have the APS to prevent the RPG. Is BKO going to be able to prevent this steal from happening? We'll see. It's all going to depend on Kelcam. They drop it. This is going to make the angle even harder. There we go. The steal has been canceled, but the skirmish is not yet over. All three players from LRC are doing their best to hold on, and BKO, they lost Kelcam, but they are going to be able to refrag one bit of damage, but it looks like the steal comes through for LRC, but no, what is this? BKO, they steal it back! It's going to be insane.
Oh my god, what is going on?
BKO
Walking
walking away with the steal.
That's insane. After all that fighting, you would say that, you know, as they try to steal it, they could stop it, but no. Still holding on for dear life there with his teammates to back him up. Hey, you know what? Props to you. That is some trust in your teammates.
Absolutely, an ungodly amount of trust in the teammates, but it pays off. Kelcam, even though he went down first, he did so much opening damage that there was almost nothing left for LRC to hold on to. BKO just finished the remaining little bits of damage that was left to be done. Now, take a breath, step back. And if we're LRC, we just try to figure out how to keep our composure.
Oh, I mean, not like that, not by taking that many bullets to the head. Because right now they have a lot of opportunities coming here. Well, actually no, because now on the side of BKO, they've kind of just slowly been dropping left and right here. And LRC, last player standing here, has to just back away here. Picks up one, tries to defib, and try to do this. And no, unfortunately, all of the players are down now.
Yeah, this was very close to being a winnable 1v3. I mean, if he had just reset and taken out Oppenheimer, I think that would have gotten a little bit different. But at the end of the day, you know, Calcam staying alive did give them a run for their money. But one thing I'd like to point out as well, I don't think that LRC is used to fighting light players, because the fact that he ran away from the heavy, assuming that the remaining teammate was just going to heal him up, but it was a light player. And so running away is not a good thing to do in that situation, because you're just leaving yourself up to get taken away.
Right. And so with that being said, though, we have our next timer counting down. The last 10,000, if nobody stops this, that's the first game up for them. And this is going to be a bit painful to say, but BKO looking very dominant right now.
Oh, absolutely. They are stable on this objective here. And LRC, even though they're trying to find a good way in, look at Kelcam. Let this man cook. He is climbing the crane in the center of the map here. He's going to get a nice angle on them as they try to cross over from the residential district. Let's see where they're going to be able to make their way in. See the heal, see the sustain, but look at the damage coming in. They're able to heal up the damage, but not do anything else in their return. Cash Out C is very, very stable in the arms of BKO.
Lots of damage flying through back and right here as we go into this. And what I'm going to tell you right now is that remember what I told you. Remember, it's an open space here. If they really want to just kind of like pummel it down, they have every way to do so. They are in the high ground now, and I'm sure Anakin would love to know how they can get out of this situation.
Look at this. Kelcam is ready on the point with his stun gun. And there it is, just enough to stall. It doesn't matter that he died, it's just enough to stall. But now, starting to matter here. Oppenheimer goes down as well. This could be a steal. Look at that, the body block to make sure that that he can't come through. Unfortunately, though, the steal is going to come through, and LRC is still in the running. No time left for BKO to get this one back, so it is going to go to Cash Out 3 here on map 1, Monaco.
Oh, interesting canister there. I think they want to break the floor a little bit more, so they have a little bit more room to work with. But hey, then again, they're already in the lead with this one here. Finally taking that one means that they're down to match point. If they take this next case here, they take this next vault, bring it to the Cash Out. It's just for taking, and the game is over. So let's see who gets this one and starts it off.
Oppenheimer is going to be doing a little bit of good opening damage, but MXKX is not there to heal him up at the current moment. Kelcam waiting for the right time to drop in on the enemies. We can hear the comms coming through. Gateway onto ultimate height. That is going to be the move. But unfortunately, he did not nail that gateway grenade, which means, again, value left on the table from the utility. But looks like LRC still hasn't made any progress towards the vault. They are going to be playing gatekeep here, Natera.
Ooh, right now, positioning is not looking too good with them. They just posture in such a weird position where they just get so much damage coming from them. Oh, but at least they were able to stop them out by breaking the floor underneath them. The roof is now down and they're all stuck here. The vault is there. They just need to pick it up and start running for it, I feel. But that feels so risky as well.
They can't until the team fight is done. And as you can see, the APS turret set up on the top, they could feel that the ultimate height push was coming for them, but they were set up for it. No RPG damage to be done. And, well, this is a good showing, at least for LRC, as they now finally managed to get their hands on the vault and take it away from BKO. This is a showing of dominance here. Both teams are almost scared to push each other. Oppenheimer tries to push in, but gets melted by the mediums, and Calcam and MXKX soon fall in their face as well. Black's the only remaining survivor here on half HP. It's a very hard-won battle, but at the same time, they need to get progress on that vault before they can relinquish control entirely.
Well, I don't know if they really want to relinquish control at all, because at this point, this is just kind of the last push that they can make here. If they do kind of put this in to the cash out, then all they need to do is really sit down there and hope for the best. So picking a good spot as far as possible might be the first thing they want to try out for, if anything.
Mais le truc, c'est que le petit, le problème, c'est qu'on peut
Absolutely. And as they get over to cash outs here, this is going to be all the way over on the other side of the map by the Royal Plaza. This is going to be a lot easier for BKO to actually take back. Look at this, they're already underneath on the same floor, and the stun gun coming through and missing, unfortunately. 1 HP on the heavy. Will he get healed up, or will Oppenheimer and MXKX be able to come in and deal the damage that's needed? It looks like they are going to be able to get the finish, and it looks like only one player is remaining. That's going to be one more down. The res comes through. So much sustain here, but as the final player gets res, he goes down as well, and that is going to be a team wipe. Almost.
Nice.
Almost. A team wipe for LRC. BKO takes control, and this is going to be a difficult one to come back from.
There you go. Taking it back here, I don't think there's a way for them to really revive that, but what they can do is play around the roofs here, where they have advantage in terms of height, and they can actually understand where they're coming from and how to plan their approach from rooftop to rooftop.
Sure. I'm buried down in the middle. I'm putting a pad here.
Yeah, you can definitely hear they spawn here, they understand the situation, they try to figure out where are they really here, and they already started to engage here. Spraying up bullets, hoping he hits something.
That shield.
Exactly. A lot of this is very common on Monaco, is this sort of I like to call them just pointless fights where they just do damage. Although these two teams are so serious about it that they're actually going to make these fights worth it, because they're actually committing to it rather than just eating the damage and backing out. So we can already see that BKO taking some heavy losses, but look at this setup that's coming through right now. Oppenheimer, MXKX, they're holding it down on that bottom floor just to make sure that the fight will be worth something. But look at this, is LRC doing the most right now, and BKO, the pointless fights on the rooftop ended up being very, very useful as LRC takes the cash out and takes map 1.
Nicely done. They're able to take this one out for themselves here. And as we slowly go down to this countdown timer, I think it's safe to say here that, well, we have ourselves a very good game. We have ourselves understanding how this is going to play out. But the question is, can we really continue to make this work here? And the answer is, I don't know, because it's very close. It was very close for the part.
Yeah, and I mean, this was the map that was going to be going in the favor of BKO in our predictions, given the fact that we were talking about this is the map that a lot of different angles were required for. A lot of different angles were left up for the grabs for Kelcam that weren't taken advantage of. Skyway Stadium is going to be even harder.
That is very much the case here, as we are going to see whether they can do another, I would say, miracle against them, because that was too close for comfort, I feel. They did get a steal initially, sure, but that was not a convincing steal, to say the least.
I mean, hey, this is exactly what we were talking about, right? Was that BKO was a team that was so heavily matched, like perfectly matched with their previous opponents, that they were the only team that got those last minute steals. Now we see that coming out from LRC as well. They're able to put themselves in positions to get those last minute steals.
And so with that last minute steal coming in hard and strong, we still have one more chance for the players to really make a comeback here. Or will we finish this off with 2-0, like I said? And I hope it's not. I mean, I would definitely love to see a game 3 of these teams. And I mean, you feel me, right? You feel me already. You do,
absolutely. Right? It's one of those things where, you know, I mean, BKO, they deserve a chance at Cis Horizon. But if it wasn't going to happen on Monaco, then I don't know how it's going to be able to happen on Skyway unless BKO continues to hold control of the vault and they choose which cash outs they go for. Once that happens, it is going to be good.
Yeah, so with that being said, though, we're gonna see if we can get the game started ASAP here, because I think the players got something to prove. But now that I know that you feel me, we have definitely something to talk about after this. I mean, I'm gonna rewatch the VODs and we're gonna see how this could pan out. And if it's a game 3, oh man, another way to watch this. But till then, I mean, we still are amongst the horizon of match point here.
Absolutely. And so, I mean, hey, The thing is, right, is that the light is viable. I love seeing that in these matches because so many times you'll be playing ranked, it's just double heavies, and it's just like, oh, everyone's saying, oh, light sucks because it's just their solo queue teammates that come in, they don't know how to skirmish, like they try to take the fights the same way as mediums, like, oh, it sucks. But look at Kelcam. He's doing so much performance with that light. I love to see it. My favorite thing.
I'm just not seeing the cloak sword. That's all I'm saying.
The cloak sword is not going to happen.
Why are you making it sound like that? The cloak sword can happen, but in the meantime, we're gonna look at this. They're gonna pull it out. Watch it. It's gonna happen. Bring in the light sword, please. Cloak sword, baby. Let's go.
Yeah, and there we go. It's gonna still be the same setup. That double medium heavy on LRC and the heavy medium light for BKO. Now we're jumping in for the very first vault. It's gonna spawn on the open office.
Right. This is looking real good for them. They're gonna start running through the rooftops. And I don't really know where the cash out is. Haven't really had a chance to see it, but at least for now, center of the map. That's where the first ball is coming forward. They're gonna wait for a team to go together. I'm surprised. I mean, not just like straggle in. Oh, there they go.
They're waiting for the gateway. As soon as the light gateway comes in, they get that free cross. It's inside the building, and look at that. Free map control. The vault is now in control of BKO. Like I said, it's very important that they stay in control of the vaults. The first fight looking like it's going the way of LRC, though, as they are able to deal the most damage. And again, with that double heal, retain the most sustain.
Oh, here we go. Phoenix running. The vault here. Now just need to find. Okay, should put it at A will be that as well. So, with that being said, though, they have themselves propped and ready. They just need to wait for opportunity. Clearing out all of the zip lines might be an idea as well.
This is going to be a solid hold from LRC, but remember, BKO, they have dealt with this kind of stuff before. Of course, they've trained on it. The question is going to be, how do they make the opening RPG give them the most amount of value? So we're watching now as Kelcam leads the approach. They're going to be utilizing the gateway here. They need to be utilizing the gateway here in order to make sure that their approach is covered as stealthily as possible. But it's all gonna lead up to how Kelcam can make the cross. Bloke on, jumping through. Will he be able to get the gateway in the right spot? It looks like he's actually just going to get them underneath, and they're playing from underground here.
Oh no. This means they have not a lot of ways to move around, especially since they're so cornered in the main area that they have here. They're not running a lot of shorties, Buckies, or Judge, so it's kind of just a weird situation. Wait, sorry, Judge. I mean, sorry, the shotguns in general.
Yeah, this is going to be the sustainability. Like I said, the heals, the defibs, double medium is just so strong. And Kelcam just hasn't been able to find any of the opportunities that he needs to use that utility in the best way possible.
They're trying to search for an opportunity to actually use the utility in the best way possible. And I'm just not really looking forward to when they find it, because that timer is counting down so fast right now as LRC has the advantage as well. It's gonna hurt them a lot.
Exactly. As we're looking at the setup right now, there is room for Oppenheimer to actually come in with the RPG set at the right time. Look at this Kelcam finding an opportunity. Gonna be trying to get in. He can get inside the bubble. Use the stun. He's going to hit onto the heavy. That's gonna be huge. He does end up going down, and the heavy ends up getting healed. But this is at least a small opening that they can at least try to break into. I don't think it's going to happen, though. Oppenheimer eats too much damage right there, and MXKX unable to follow up. And, oh no, not again!
No!
You can't keep getting defib kills!
You know, we could change our one-shot forward now, I'm just saying. We could. I think we lost them. I think we lost them. This is insane value. I do not understand. Look, by default, if he doesn't win the one-shot MVP, I don't know what to tell you guys. Because, I mean, Artie and me just witnessed massacre. I mean, like, you know, like, socially, like, they cannot play anymore. They cannot play the finals anymore like this. I mean, they have to eat this and take an L on this. And I believe we just lost, like, We lost it. We lost it.
We lost the plot here, and this
Yeah,
is
we lost
it,
the
right?
plot. Yeah.
This is it, because if BKO ends up not being able to control this cash out at the very beginning, the moving platform, it's going to be hard for them to actually come back through. Look at MXKX, he gets the res. Is it going to be able to be fruitful, though? The teams are holding onto it. They are going to be able to get a full team reset here, but at the same time, all of their progress is going to be undone. But look at this, LRC, they jump in immediately to try to damage them. This is so difficult to come back from. Look at this, Kelcam not having enough bullets in the chamber to fix the problem. All of the team is going to be able to stay up online. This is that double heal sustain. It is so intense. Kelcam has to stay alive now for 12 more seconds while his team coins in, and only then will they be able to have a chance to come back.
Which is really painful to say the least here. I'm not really sure how you could possibly turn this around. At this point, it's just gotta wait this slowly and play it from there. Because now, look at that. Look at that. They're in a position where they have so much cover here. They can just wait it out. Everything's moving around. And they have so much advantage in terms of like how much you can work with. They finally jumped in here, but that's just like a miss. And that is going to hurt them so much. No shoes up here. It's not working out for them. No shoes out.
BKO dives in, but we see Oppenheimer missing the RPG. Kelcam missing the stun, and that is going to make them hurt very bad. But look at this, BKO. They are able to at least come into ownership of the moving platform, but they have not yet stolen the point. One is going to go down here. The heavy versus the light. The light's going to go down. The heavy gets traded by the medium, and now MXKX has the ability to steal. The team is wiped, and BKO remains in the running. This is their cash out. No chance for one back, and LRC is going to have to get one more cash out started if they want to progress to victory.
Right. And this is gonna be a little bit of a ticking time bomb here, because like again, don't defend this. If they take over, they are basically gonna win in the next few seconds. That is gonna be a bit painful. But thankfully, at the very least, now that we are in the last point here, match point, whoever grabs this one is gonna end this set for them.
Absolutely. Well, this is going to be just a fight of show, if anything, right now. This fight, you know, no matter what happens, both teams are going to be able to reset before they get into the next vault fight. But for now, it is still going to be a good opportunity for you know, BKO to stay warm on those shots there. Get Kelcam dialed back in.
Alright, so now the question is whether they can really secure this. They have Vault 3 over there here. All they need to do is really just clean this up and they'll be done. Nicely done using the foam here to turn this around. They could start, but I think they just want to clear the area first before anything.
We go D now?
Oh, you wanna do D? Okay.
Yeah, D.
Ooh.
This is going to be everything right now. We can see LRC making their way towards the vault. It looks like BKO, unfortunately, getting caught out just a little bit there. Kelcam finding himself at the wrong end of the gun. But no worries, the vault is still in BKO's control. But wait, what is this? They're not opting to run with the vault. They're trying to take this fight here. Oppenheimer and MXKX slightly split from each other, trying to figure out where the entry is going to come from. But look at that, the vault gets stolen.
Oh,
but
no.
MXKX also going to get stolen as he goes down to hail of gunfire. And there's Oppenheimer quickly behind him. Now it's LRC in control of the vault and in control of the future.
Right now, looking a little bit dire here, but nobody has their vault onto the cash out here, so maybe that's a silver lining.
La token, ou je sais pas s'il s'est fait res.
La coin. Coin.
Alright, right now, teams are focusing on going together, which is a great thing here. They do have the advantage on to their objective right now, but it's not there. It's not there.
It's the suspended structure above the open office, which could be one of the most difficult sites to push, but at the very least, it's not on the interior of the office. This is going to allow Kelcam, Oppenheimer, and MXKX to get themselves in a good position to use the gateway. So, gateway is going to go down here. Kelcam going to go invisible and get them into a good position. Or they just absolutely W key and jump pad up to the approaching position and get an opening RPG that almost wipes LRC entirely. That being said, LRC is still going to be up. They lose one member here, and Blacks goes down as well. It's going to be one refrag in their favor.
Ooh.
However, going down onto this, that is going to be another wipe for LRC. And BKO now stands extremely strong on this point.
I think we play for right. Are you sure they're gonna pad up here then? Yeah, we have height here.
This could be it. This could be it for map 2. All they need to do is hold it in. But if LRC wins this team fight, that's the end of the series. This is match point right now. BKO desperately needs this win if they want to go to the next map. LRC is not going to let this go without a fight. And fight we will get. Half the timer has expired, but that means that there's still plenty of time.
We can switch.
As MXKX is saying, wasting time. That is the name of the game. Trying to just deny their entry as much as possible. But LRC out onto the rooftop already. Will the damage be enough? They pad up to the top here, and looks like they're already trying to get into a good position. Kelcam, the first to go down. This is not looking good for BKO here. Oppenheimer taking lots and lots of damage, and the steal coming through for LRC. The sustain, the revive happens for BKO, and now as BKO tries to go in, unfortunately, they're going to lose Oppenheimer, but they're able to at least get the rest of the team wiped. They get the steal. We just skipped about 30 seconds into the future, I think. And, well, we do end up seeing that BKO takes map 2. We completely missed that team fight. I have no idea how that happened. I think there's a little bit of a time delay, but I'm sure it was a great team fight. It's a little bit unfortunate. Again, Nitera, are you sleeping? Are you good, brother? Are you here? Hello?
I am kind of here and there. I'm just trying to figure out like what's happening in there. BKO had this in the back here, and I'm just like, why?
Eventually, the finals will grace us with an observer mode so that we don't have to worry about Twitch streams that are mistimed, because we missed the entire last fight just because of the fact that I think it was like a 5-second difference.
Right.
But what ended up happening was BKO had an insane opening RPG shot. That changed everything. Even though Kelcam went down first, they were able to res Kelcam. MXKX keeps Oppenheimer alive with the insane heals, and the glitch grenades that Kelcam was able to get off before he died prevented any healing from coming through or any defibs from coming through on the side of LRC. And that is the difference maker. The LRC is absolutely the glitch grenades are absolutely detrimental to LRC.
Yeah, so we're even hearing from the side here that the fight lasted basically 1 second, because all we saw was the first explosion, and after that, the rest was...
It was, so yeah, the difference in streams was actually only 2 seconds, and that was enough. The timing difference of the streams was 2 seconds, and the fight was all over.
That's how fast it was.
That's how fast things move in the finals. But anyway, we are now done with Monaco, done with Skyway. Our predictions blown out of the water because it was the teams that we had decided on the other maps to be able to win. Monaco, we completely thought was going to be a BKO map. It wasn't. Skyway Stadium almost was an LRC map, but it wasn't. And now we're down to this. Sis Horizon, where both of these teams have shown struggle in the past. This is going to be the perfect stadium for our final match here today of the finals. It has come down to the wire. Map 3, most likely going to be Cash Out 3, Nitera.
Truly, indeed, I say that Sis Horizon could not be a better place to end this set on. But what we need to focus on is whether they can actually clinch this set, because I feel like BKO deserves this spot so badly, but then I'd be giving out to the other team and saying like they didn't deserve it. So I'm just gonna leave my thoughts here as they've got to fight for it. This is the Duke that they have to duke it out.
I mean, Nasan Error 404 with a total of 2 defib kills in this game. I mean, guys, if you don't know who to vote for that one-shot MVP, how many defib kills do you have in professional play? Because right now, this man's is setting a record.
Nasan, what are you doing? Give it to him. Give it to him.
Oh, and here it is, the moment we've all been waiting for. Loading in is happening. You see Calcam getting ready to rock that same setup. MXKX as well, the APS and the jump pad. very, very good here. Oppenheimer on the heavy. And of course, LRC, that double healer medium on their heavy. This is it, Nightera. It all comes down to this.
Right, and as they jump and make their way into this right now, there we go. Vault is already spawned, and we have it at quite a fairly close location. I'm quite surprised at this one.
We can maybe catch one.
Yeah, this is a fantastic spawn for BKO, and LRC gonna have to do quite a bit of damage management for this. But look at that, Kelcam just too fast on that damage output here. We're gonna be seeing LRC lose the first 2 members of their team immediately. That being said, the heavy coming in for the heal. He does get 1 res off, but it's going to be a team wipe right off the rip. Things are looking good for BKO. They want this win, and they want it bad.
And right now, with them having the ball standby, they're going to run over to cash out B here and see if they can clean this one up. And right now, this means they have the advantage here because they have first move advantage. They're able to control and put themselves in better positions to truly wait for them to trickle in and potentially punish them.
And Cash Out B gets started, and now it's time to vibe. Time to figure out how BKO is setting this one up here in the library. So, as we are starting to look around with, trying to figure out, all right, jump pad placements, goo placements. This is a very common setup that we see here on the library of getting the height and building it yourself using goo. As you can tell, they're not exactly with straight lines of sight towards Cash Out B. Now remember, LRC can drop that cash out at any time underneath them, and this is going to be everything. Whoever gets this first cash out has immense power in this match. You see the red barrels getting ready. They are blowing it up and dropping it through. Means all the setup that BKO spent doing is not going to work, but as the whole wall falls down,
wow,
we will see the opening damage, and it's going to be MXKX for the opening shot. Medium for medium, but the res will come through. Will they be able to sustain? No, they don't. 2 members of the team are out. It's just up to 1 remaining heavy player, and he is eating that damage fast. 1 more player of BKO just drops in for the melee kill, and I believe that's going to be a very solid first cash out.
Yep.
Maybe we just play
Okay,
close.
do we have drop again here?
Starts.
Yeah, we do.
Yes.
We can play under.
Maybe we just play here. Yep.
Oh, they definitely got 1 for the side. Let's see, the Umbrella comes out here into it, and now there it is. Cash Out V's on top of that. They have to swing this around and see if they can just protect it a little bit more. I don't feel very safe that they're away from it like that, but they do have the glue to just kind of stop the frontal assault from level 1 here.
Yeah, there is still a little bit of time for a steal. You can see what they're trying to go for right now. The question is where is Kelcam? Is he going to be able to hit the stun? He gets at least the kill, and that's going to be the entirety of the first cash out for BKO. They were set up no matter what floor that cash out ended up on.
Definitely very painful to see, to say the least here. But hey, 1 score on the board is pretty good for them. I think they've got something going, so let's see if they can carry up this momentum.
Exactly. They figured out exactly how to get in between the healers, separate 1 kill, and then make him pay for it. Remember, it's always about that first opening damage.
I don't really know how they can possibly turn this around here, right? So I'm just going to leave it as it is. Right now, the situation is going to be a little bit more even as we aren't doing anything, but there's an obvious person who has the advantage over everything here, and it's this man right here, MXKX. Look at that shots raining down from the other side of the map and still landing their mark.
And look at the awesome movement with that gateway. Although we can see over on campus, gatekeeping cash out A and C at the same time. LRC holding their own. Now on campus, remember it's super easy to get these rotates here. We were gonna need to see the use of the gateway in order to make sure the safe passage of BKO. However, that gateway was burned early on in the rotation. Oppenheimer, Kelcam, MXKX
One of the mediums half, one of the mediums half.
doing what they can for this fight right now.
Oh, what the fuck?
No, that wouldn't work. My bad.
Ooh, release incoming though. They don't want to stay outside of here too long. Maybe inside will be a bit safer now.
don't think.
But any laser going off does give away positioning. We are going to be watching as LRC tries to not let the lasers take away their rooftop as much as possible. Staying moving is the key here. And just as well, BKO also on the move. Not a single laser has struck down. These players know how to play around it, but the moment that they have to anchor down and start shooting is when things can get crazy. As you can see, slight delay between the streams here. We are going to see Kelcam coming through from the back lines, and that's what we needed. One medium down, which means much less heals on the way. MXKX going to be able to go down as well, and that is going to be one player remaining for LRC. Oppenheimer as well, though. Only the last player remaining on his team. It's going to be LRC walking away. They get the revive, they get the heals, and that's what's so good about that double medium.
They are basically a little bit behind here. And when I mean a little bit behind here, I mean BKO has such a weird situation where they are like one down. And there's almost nothing. They have to wait for the team to really do anything about this right now. So, what can they possibly do other than wait? Well, purposely juke them around back and forth and just give them the point at this point. Because if they don't give it up, right, then what can they possibly do to change this trying situation to their favor?
Exactly, and it's all going to be about the glitch grenades for this opening, because LRC, you know, they need this right now. They need this in order to stay in the running. If BKO gets the steal, that's it. That's the game. If LRC gets this and holds this, then that is going to be one more chance at victory. BKO, they're about to open right now. The door is open, the walls have fallen, and so has MXKX, all the way back to the bottom. Gonna have to pad back up there with Oppenheimer. The opening RPG shot, trying to find its way through the APS turrets. MXKX dealing a little bit of opening damage here, while Oppenheimer looks for a way to shoot his rocket in peace. You can see more barricades and goo coming up here. Oppenheimer goes down. MXKX has to burn the res early into the fight here. He is going to be able to 1v1 up against the heavy, and one medium goes down as well. It's a 2v1 situation. This is perfect for BKO, but as Kelcam goes down, it gets a little bit scarier. Now we can see he does manage to run away. He won't be able to res his teammates, but they can coin in. This is a soft team wipe here for BKO, and this is going to be good. But as Nason and Blacks come back up here, Oppenheimer tries to go in for the fight here, and Blacks goes back down. Spoiler, coins back in. Nason Air doing what he can to keep the fight going. Oppenheimer struggling to stay alive as he goes down. So does Kelcam. It's not going to be looking good, but look at this. Oppenheimer almost gets the steal, but it does go for BKO. BKO has the steal, and what is this? Blacks and Nason, they can't get in. This is looking so good for MXKX and Oppenheimer right now as they keep their stance up at the top. As the time trickles down, LRC is running out of time to get the steal. MXKX and Oppenheimer, they're doing everything they can to hold into it. The final push comes through. The cash out is dropped, but if they don't steal, it's going to be a for sure victory. But as they get wiped out, that is it. BKO takes the W. 2-0 for the final map. It went to the final map, but both cash outs go to BKO. And your winners for Split 1 Qualifier number 2 are Kelcam, MXKX, and Oppenheimer. Absolutely incredible series.
Love to see it. It came down to the wire here. They had this situation where they were just going back and forth, and we just didn't really know how they could possibly push this in. Just a slip on the finger on the other side, and all of a sudden it came into BKO's situation where they could just retake this easily and push them back out of it. Even if they had control of it, what I really mean push them back and retake it, right, is they retake the area they had for themselves. And that just really helped them out so much.
Absolutely. The perfect anchoring there, no matter what was thrown at them.
That's the word.
LRC as well. LRC, they had just enough sustain to be an issue, but when it came to that last team fight, that soft reset just wasn't enough to get through the coordination that BKO has in store. An absolutely great showing from all of our contestants today, but I gotta just say, do not discount the light player. When you can get that utility working just when you need to, look what it can do.
Well, I mean, this is a lesson to behold here. Well, lesson 1, stay on a point. Lesson 2, maybe the light, medium, heavy composition has something going for you. So try that instead.
Absolutely. But I believe that we have an MVP screen to show you guys
Let's
the
see.
absolute top performers of the day. Let's go ahead and check it out real quick. We'll see what the
Come
MVP
on,
can
come
show
on.
us. Number one shot MVP.
No
it's
shot.
Kelcam. It's with that light utility. And that's what I'm talking about. If they have the utility, they can make it work. The LH1, the glitch grenades, the gateway for those safe rotations. It is so beautiful to see. Absolutely well deserved for the one shot MVP.
Now, Grand Finals MVP. Who are we looking at?
The Grand Finals MVP going to be going to MXKX for that damage output on the F-car, the sustain to keep Oppenheimer alive while those RPG shots get eaten by APS turrets. But it's MXKX that keeps the team alive, keeps them defibbed, and keeps them going. Absolutely well-deserved Finals MVP going for MXKX and Kelcam. Insane to see both not only winning, but also eating both of the MVPs. Honorable mention, though, to Nason Era 404 for the insane defib kills. I know that I am going to be saving those so I can watch them back every time I get sad. But
Me too.
It was an absolutely insane showing from all of our contestants today.
Really love to see how the players got out and made it work here. Unfortunately, just some of them didn't make it work as well as BKO today, but commendations to all of you here. GG's, y'all definitely played your best out there, but fret not, there's two more qualifier y'all guys can play too, and hopefully you guys slot yourself into playoffs. So, with that being said, though, obviously we have a lot of work to do leading up to that. So, Artie, how are you feeling with everything so far?
I'm feeling good, right? Like teams are learning and adapting. We can see that right now the class pick rates, right? 405 mediums, 166 lights, 142 heavies. We might even see the number of lights increasing going forward after watching Kelcam's performance. So, like you said, there's lots and lots to do leading up to the next qualifiers, and everyone who competed today but didn't quite make it, you will absolutely see them on the next time. Speaking of which, thank you guys so much for watching. We had a fantastic time here today. Nitera, you can find on Twitter at Ryan_Nitera, myself at RDIRL, and Breakout Esports at Breakout ES. Definitely be sure to follow and stay in touch for everything else moving forward after today. But yeah, without further ado, Nitera, do you have any final words for the broadcast?
If only I could do more with you. If only Frog3 will return. Look, if Frog3 returns, I want to be on like the cast for a short while to be like, let's go, Frog3! That's all I'm asking for. But otherwise, Artie, it's really been a pleasure to cast with you, and hopefully we get something going for another game or maybe another finals.
Absolutely. And so for all you folks at home, thank you for tuning in. Stay safe, stay on the cash out, and I will see you guys for qualifiers number 3.
Maybe mom and dad were right when they told me this wouldn't be nothing. Maybe I should take their advice, go get a life, or maybe get a job or something. Pack it up and head back home, tell everybody I was bluffing. Or maybe I'll just get out my head and focus on what I know's coming. Yeah. Cause I can't fall asleep at night without seeing my dreams. Delusion, reality, I'm somewhere in between. These voices in my head get loud and they keep telling me that I'm a fool for trusting in these wings. But maybe, baby, this what flying feels like. 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 Maybe all my exes just drinking themselves crazy tonight. Maybe I should call and say, told you I'd be right. Wondering how long it was before you realized the biggest mistake of your life, and now you're paying the price. Oh, is it confidence or confusion? Either way, I feel like I ain't never losing. Your opinion of mine, you know just what I'm choosing. I gotta do this, cause I can't fall asleep at night without seeing my dreams. Delusion and reality, I'm somewhere in between. These voices in my head get loud and they keep telling me that I'm a fool for trusting